We have to start at 10, 10, 5 or 10.
Sir?
We have to start at 10 or 10, 5.
10, 10, sir, 10 o'clock.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, let me. Bosle sir, you just check the resolution on the YouTube. Okay, I have today because there are a lot of queries regarding the resolution. Okay. Now I have increased the resolution in SD on YouTube.
Yeah. Right
Just
from
streaming,
beginning, it
just tell
was
me.
having a very low resolution. Now I'll check it out.
Well, there was setting, so I have increased.
Good morning, sir. Happy Republic Day.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Good morning,
Yeah.
Ruby, ma'am. Happy Republic Day to you also.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you.
I mean, you're from basically.
Punjab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, my relative lives in Chandigarh, basically.
Okay. I'm from Jalandhar.
Okay, I am basically from Saranpur. That is near
Okay,
to.
sir. Okay, sir.
So I think Dr. Sunil has joined. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Happy Republic Day to you, sir.
Same to you. Same to you. And happy Republic Day to all the participants, all the organizers, to everybody. Happy Republic Day.
Thank you, sir. Let me.
Sir, my voice is audible clearly.
Yeah, it is clear, sir. It is
Okay.
crystal clear, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Participants, good morning to all, and happy Republic Day to all. Our resource person has been joined today. Let me share the link in Telegram also, so that we can start the classes. No? Dr. Narayan, are you there? Narayan, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we will wait 2 or 3 minutes. It is streaming on YouTube, sir, na? Is it streaming?
I will check it out and confirm you, sir.
Please. Na? Sir, how is the weather in Motihari?
Today it's sunny. You can see, after let's say 7 to 8 days, we can enjoy the sun.
Okay.
So it is fine now. Today, I think it is good weather, and expecting that it will continue, so that we can get the relief from cold.
I think it is streaming on YouTube also. Ruby ma'am, can you check? Ruby ma'am, can you check on YouTube?
Sir, I didn't receive any link in the chat box.
It is in a Telegram. Okay, let me share on.
Okay, sir.
Chat
I'll
box.
check it. Yeah, I'll check.
Please tell me the resolution, because there was a lot of queries that resolution is not high. Today I have changed the settings. No?
Yes, sir. So it is on the YouTube also.
Please check the resolution, the quality of the video. It is good, or it is, because I set the HD quality in WebEx.
Good morning, Pawan sir.
Good morning, Neeraj sir. How are you?
Fine. Good morning, Sunil sir.
Good morning, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm very fine.
Sir, because of the COVID, I am at my home, so that I will not be in my university. Sorry for that.
Oh,
Dr. Pawan handled this workshop very well. So all
For
credit
your
goes to
support and
Dr.
blessings,
Pawan.
sir.
but no issue. You are giving your services from home also, so it is a commendable work, I think.
Sir, yeah, sir, I'm just supported to my team, which is in IGN to itself.
So how's your health now, Neeraj sir?
Yes, sir.
How's your health now?
Now is better than first day, and I am recovering. So it's
Oh,
good now.
great.
Start the session now because time is already past by 10.
Okay. Good morning to one and all over there. Today we have Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh from Central Institute of Bihar, Motihari. Now I request Dr. Narayan Bhosle to introduce her. Please, sir. Dr. Narayan.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
So happy morning to everyone. So and happy Republican Day to all. It's my honor and privilege to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir. So welcome you. Dr. Sunil Kumar is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and IT, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar, Bharat, India. He has 8+ year teaching and research experience. Earlier, he was serving at Galgotia University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, Bharat, India. He received his MTech and PhD degree in computer science and technology in the year of 2012 and 2017 respectively from the School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Bharat, India. Dr. Singh has published around 17 research articles in reputed international journals, and he served as in different capacity at international levels and conferences also. His research interest is in the area of machine learning, mobile computing, parallel computing, and IoT, blockchain technology. So with this brief biography, I request Dr. Sunil sir, please take the charge of session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Narayan sir, for nice introduction. Before starting the session, I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sri Prakash Mani Tripathi and Head of the Department Professor Vikas Singh and Coordinator Dr. Pawan Singh and uh, let me
Dr. Neeraj. Dr. Neeraj.
Dr. Neeraj Kumar Rathore and other faculty members, those who are, supporting the workshop from being in the university and from the home. So I would like to thank to everybody for giving me this opportunity to present the session here in your workshop. So Pawan sir, should I
Sir.
share the screen?
Yeah, please. You
Okay,
can
okay,
share
thank
this.
you.
Yes, it is visible, sir. You just start the slideshow, okay?
Okay, okay, just. So I think it is now in full mode, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay, fine. So today we have to, I have to talk about decision tree classification algorithm. So as per the structuring of workshop, whatever the titles, given in the workshop, I think basics of machine learning maybe might be covered or maybe it will be covered because if you look at the let's machine learning algorithm, so basically it is in three categories: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. So here I'm going to talk about decision tree, which is one of the supervised machine learning technique, and it is being widely used as you have seen. Professor Vidyarthi's lecture, he has proposed that decision tree is good in terms of giving the performance as well as if we look at the time complexity. So this is one of the very crucial and good algorithm for the researchers. And here uh, for the whole presentation, this will be the outline, introduction, decision tree, and then we'll be talking about ID3. This is one of the variant of this decision tree algorithm, and then cart, and then we have to talk about splitting criteria, how we split the nodes in decision tree, and then uh, when we have to stop the splitting, and then pruning, and then the kind of advantages and disadvantages of the algorithm, and then in the end we have to talk about a few extensions of this decision tree algorithm. So this is going to be the outline, and just I don't know why one page is missing. uh, is it visible?
It is visible, sir.
Introduction.
It is visible.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
So
it's visible,
supervised
sir.
learning. Uh, There is a cross mark. I think that's the reason it is not showing. Okay, let me do it like this one only, this way only. So supervised learning is let's type of machine learning in which we use the labeled data. I mean, we have to teach the machine. We have to assist the machine to learn from the data, and then after learning the machine, when machine is learned from the data, then what we do, we supply the test data, and it gives its output. It gives it output. So there are two ways we can classify it, that is regression and classification. So in classification, we have the labels, finite in number, but in regression, number of labels can be infinite. I mean, target variable I can take infinite many of values. Now uh, I hope it will be visible now. Yeah. So the decision tree algorithm belongs to the family of supervised machine learning algorithms. And as I have already mentioned, that it will be applicable for classification as well as regression problems. And look at here, uh, for finding a minimal decision tree. I mean, when we are using a data set and we are going to design devise an optimal decision tree, so this task is considered to be np hard. This task is considered to be NP hard. You can explore this literature. Now, moreover, it has been shown that constructing a minimal binary tree, here we are having the restriction. A tree can be, can split into only in two child nodes. Even then also, if you are going to find out an optimal decision tree, this is going to be an NP complete problem. So of course, because of NP hard behavior and NP complete behavior of this decision tree, there are huge possibilities to explore the decision tree, and that's the reason we are having, let's say, ID3 cart and many other algorithms like C4.5, Shade, Quest. There are many variations of this decision tree algorithm. So building the optimal decision tree from decision tables is also known to be NP hard. So decision table is something like, when we are going to calculate the certain parameters of the let's say performance, certain metrics of the, let's say, data, and going to form the decision tree, then also it is going to be an NP hard problem. Now, generally, we have seen that there are two types of approaches for solving the decision tree: top down and bottom up. But in general, many algorithms which we encounter that are based on top down approach. Look at this example. Decision tree, basically, it has three types of nodes. Root node, that also can be a decision node. Root node and decision nodes. Decision nodes are nothing but these are the internal nodes, and leaf node, or maybe we can say the terminal nodes. So consider a scenario here. Suppose that there is an employee and he got some offer letter from somewhere, and he is checking that whether he has to accept the offer or decline the offer. So there is a, let's say here, root node. He is checking that whether his salary is in between 50 to k to 100k or not. And of course, he is going to accept if it is greater than 100k also. But for the condition here, in this particular example, if it is greater than 100k, then also it will not accept. So whether if it is yes, then it will check office near to home. If it is again yes, then he checks that provides cab facility. So if he is finding that salary is in between 50 to 100k and the office is near to home and provides the cab facility, then he is going to accept the offer. So after reaching one of the terminal node, there is no other possibility. So the point is, terminal nodes are going to have only one class of information. If you know your target variable is having multiple classes, then terminal nodes will have the information of only one class, and that is the ultimate goal of the decision tree. So here you can see if any one of the condition is failed, I mean if it is no, then it will decline the offer. Simply office is not near to home, then it will decline the offer. Similarly, you can see if the cab facility is not there, then also it will decline the offer. So this is one of the representation of decision tree. Now, while calculating the, let's say, importance of the features, whatever the data we have, whatever the data set we have, while calculating the importance of the features, importance of the attributes, we use certain measures, and that measures are, here we have used only two measures, entropy and Gini index. So these two measures are used to find out the impurities in the, let's whatever the instances are there, belong to the particular node. So let's say here entropy, T indicates the node, and here this P fractional value, I mean let's say favorable and total sample. And similarly, C indicates the number of classes, so how many labels are there in the target variable. So this is, entropy is used to measure the impurities in the, let's say, data set. Similarly here Gini is also is used to measure the impurity, and this is one of the, let's to calculate the classification error. So if you look at this diagram, so this P indicates that this p value, which is a fractional value, you'll see in the, let's coming slides. And this y-axis represents the, let's impurity measures in terms of entropy, in terms of Gini. And if you look at the third parameter, so it is representing the classification error. So you can see when the p value is 0, then value is 0, and when the let's say impurity measure is 0, and similarly when p is having 0.5, then its value is highest, and similarly when its value is 1, p value is 1, then again it's let's impurity measures are 0. So it will be clear when you look at this example. So look at here, uh, consider a scenario for, let's consider a node n1, and there are two labels in the target variable, class 0 and class 1, and number of instances belongs to class 0 is 0, and class 1 is 6. Now calculate the entropy, Gini, and classification error. So if you are going, you have seen this, summation, so it is going to vary from 0 to c minus 1, and C is indicating the number of classes. So here there are two classes, so there will be two terms. Now here 0 by 6 log base to 0 by 6 minus here, so you can see its value is 0. And similarly, if you will calculate the Gini, so it is also 0. And classification, if you are going to calculate, then max of 0 by 6 and 6 by 6, so 1 minus 1, it is also going to be 0. So same thing, it has been shown in the diagram. This point is representing that all the, let's measures are having value 0 when we are having the, let's instances belong to only one class, because class 0 is having, 0 number of instances. Now look at another scenario. Any problem? Okay, fine. So look at the, Pawan sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So look at the node N2. There are two classes, and number of instances belong to class 0 is 1 and class 1 is 5. So you can calculate the values, and you look at there are some intermediate values. This is non-zero case. I mean, each classes are having some instances. Now think about when both the classes are having equal number of instances. Look at here, node n3. This is another scenario where class 0 is having 3 instance and class 1 is having 3 instance. Then in this case we are let's going to have the highest entropy value, highest Gini value, highest classification error. So this is not the favorable case, because you can see impurity measures are high when we are having these samples in equal number. Then impurity measures are high, even entropy is 1, and let's Gini and misclassification classification error values are 0.5. So that is not favorable scenarios. Now I hope these performance these metrics are clear, and it will be used in ID3 and CART algorithms. So I am going to discuss this ID3 algorithm. So real, how it works. So look at here. ID3 uses the information gain concept. So information gain is derived in terms of Gini value and weighted Gini. Gini value and weighted Gini. It will be clear to you once we'll take the example. So splitting of ID3 algorithm stops when all the instances belongs to the single value of target feature. So whatever the number of labels are there in the uh, target value, if we are going to reach to the terminal node, then it will have the single value. That means either it will have the value yes, or it will have the value no. So yes, no, that means if we are having yes and no, only two labels. And one more thing, it does not apply any pruning procedure, and also do not handle the numeric attributes and missing values. So that is one of the restrictions, or maybe constraints with this algorithm. uh, Now look at entropy is already defined in the previous discussion also. So you can see here same thing. C indicates the number of classes, and this information gain is calculated with the help of base entropy and minus this is weighted entropy. Although symbols are seems like little bit different from the entropy, but you can read these notations, it will be clear to you. And here k is the number of attribute values. So here iterate this ID3 algorithm is applicable for let's say categorical data set categorical values. So that's the reason k is indicating the number of attribute values. Although if you are having any confusion, it will be clear to you once we'll take the example. So this is the way to calculate the information gain. Now look at here. I hope whatever the confusion you will be having, it will be clear here. So here we have considered 14 instances in the data set to apply this ID3 algorithm. And the objective of this algorithm to find out whether we should go to play tennis outside or not. We should go to play tennis or not. So uh, here these are the features, outlook, temperature, humidity, and wind. And this is the target variable which is giving the decision whether we have to go or we have to stay. I mean, we have to avoid to go, like no and yes. So there are two types of decisions here. Now what we have to do, we have to, for forming the decision tree, we have to select the one of the feature which is having least impurity, or maybe we can say that having highest information gain. So look at this one. If we are going to call whole data set as a yes, S variable indicating the whole data set, And now for calculating the information gain for each attribute that means, here outlook, temperature, humidity, and wind. There are 4 attributes, and of course you can see decision is the target variable. So there are 9 yes scenarios, 9 yes instances, and 5 no instances. You can see, you can count 5 no's and uh, 5 no and 9 yes. Now, if we are going to calculate the entropy for this data set for 14 instances, using their, favorable and unfavorable scenarios 9 and 5. So it is, you can see 9 by 14 minus 9 by 14 log base 2 like this, So you will get the value 0.94. Now, we have to calculate the entropy of, all the attributes like outlook and temperature, humidity, and wind. So here, when we are going to look at the outlook, so look at here, outlook is having 3 types of values: sunny, overcast, and rain. There are three types of values. So we have to find out the number of let's instances belong to these three types of values. So look at here, when we are considering the sunny, so it is having 2 yes instances and 3 no instances. There are 5 instances of sunny. You can see there are 5 instances, and you can see these two are no, these two are no, and this is also no, and the remaining 2 are yes. These 2 are yes. So here you can see 3 no, 2 yes. Similarly, we can see the value of overcast. Overcast, you can see this is overcast, and check the decision values no and yes. So you'll find that 4 yes and 0 no. 4 yes and 0 no. Similarly, if you look at the rain, so 3 yes and 2 no. So we have to calculate the entropy of sunny for outlook. Sunny for outlook. So here you can see uh, minus 2 by 5. Why 2 by 5? We are considering the yes case and the no case. So 2 and then total number of samples. So minus 2 by 5 log base to 2 by 5. Similarly 3 and then total number of cases, total number of instances belong to sunny. So it is minus 3 by 5 log 2 log base to 3 by 5. So that is 0.971. Similarly, we are going to calculate for overcast. So you can see, the number of instances belong to yes and no are 4 and 0. Similarly, rain 3 and 2. So you can calculate the entropy for overcast, entropy for rain. So this is 0, and here 3 by 5 log base to 3 by 5 minus here 2 by 5 log base, so it is 0.971. Now we have to calculate the weighted entropy. So weighted entropy will be calculated with respect to, total number of instances of a particular, for a particular variable with respect to total number of instances in the data set, belong to that particular node. So here you can see there are 14 instances, and belong to sunny there are 5 instances. So it will be 5 by 14 into entropy for sunny. Entropy for sunny, you can see it is 0.97. Similarly here, plus 4 by 14 into 0 entropy for overcast, 5 by 14 into entropy for rain. And if we are going to calculate the information gain for outlook, so we have to use the entropy of the data set. whatever the sample we are going to have with respect to that particular node. So it is 0.94. So here 0.94 minus weighted entropy, this value. So it will give the value 0.2464. So this is the information gain for temperature. Sorry, outlook. Information gain for outlook. Similarly, if we are going to calculate the information gain for temperature, so temperature is also having, you know, three kinds of values: hot, mild, and cool. You can see, and we have to calculate the respective scenarios as we have done for the let's outlook. And similarly, we are going to calculate the information gain. So it is not visible. I think some value is given. It will be seen to you. Don't worry. So this is the expression for calculating the entropy, and then after that, entropy information gain for humidity. We can see the scenarios. It is having high and normal value, and this information gain for humidity is 0.152, and for wind it is 0.048. So we have to check that out of these four attributes, which one is going to be the root of the decision tree. So we have to compare their information gain values. So look at here, this table. See this table. So we can see the information gain values of outlook, temperature, and humidity. And you can see this outlook is having highest information gain. So that's the reason it is going to be the root of the tree. So here it will be, let's outlook, it will be the root. And then we have seen that there are three types of values is outlook is having, that is sunny, rain, and overcast. So there are three possibilities. It will have sunny, and here let's overcast, and here it will be rain. I mean, there will be three branches with respect to these values. Now we have to find out, with respect to sunny, which one is going to be the root. Now look at here. Now for sunny outlook, we have to calculate the information gain for temperature, humidity, and wind. Remaining three attributes, remaining three features, we have to find out with respect to sunny outlook, which feature, I mean temperature, humidity, and wind, which one is having the highest information gain. So let me explain these things. Sunny outlook, that means for this for finding the root node, we have to consider only sunny outlook instances. So here there are five instances are there. 1 2 3 4 5. So these five instances only will be considered, and it is having mixed values, no and yes. So look at here. For total number of instances are 5. We have seen, we have counted there. Now as per the values, hot, mild, and cool, you can see 0 yes, 2 no, 1 yes. For mild, 1 yes, 1 no. And when we are going to calculate the let's say entropy for let's say hot, in case of sunny outlook, then it is something 0, and for mild it is 1.0, for cool it is 0, and weighted entropy, and then this value is indicating the information gain. Similarly, information gain for humidity, you can see here. Information gain for wind 0.0192. Now see the information gain for sunny outlook. for sunny outlook, you can see information gain for temperature is 0.57, humidity 0.97, and wind 0.0192. So you can see humidity is having highest information gain. So whatever the tree we have formed there here outlook, and here we were talking about sunny. So here humidity is going to be the let's child. Humidity is going to be the child. Now, if you look at the overcast, so here, look at the data set once again. Look at the overcast, all the values are yes. Here, all the values are yes. You can see all the values are yes, and that is the ultimate goal of the decision tree. What we are going to do, whatever the node uh, terminal nodes are there, they will have the let's information belong to only one class. So you can see overcast is having all the values which is having the yes instances, so it will become the terminal node. Now here for sunny, humidity we have find that is going to be the decision node, and this is converted into terminal node. And now for rain outlook, we have to calculate the which node is going to be the child node. So for rain outlook, we have to calculate the information gain for temperature, humidity, and wind. So when we are calculating these values, so we can see uh, for rain outlook, information gain for temperature, it is 0.019, and for humidity, it is again same, and for wind, it is 0.97. So look at here, wind is having highest information gain. So wind is going to be the child node. Now see this diagram, outlook is going to be the root node, and then here in for sunny outlook, humidity will it is T. Humidity will become the let's child, and for here wind it is for let's rain outlook, wind will become the uh, child. Now after moving ahead, humidity is having two types of value, high and normal. If you look at the high values, so all the values are having no. Similarly for normal, it is data set is having all the target values yes. So you can see yes, no, yes, yes, no. So here whole terminal nodes are having the information belong to only one class, and that is the ultimate goal of the decision tree. That is the ultimate goal of the decision tree. We give the training data set to build the decision tree, and after building the decision tree, whatever the test data set we supply, decision tree gives the appropriate output. So that this is the working of ID3 algorithm. I hope it is clear. And now if we talk about this cart algorithm, so it is uh, based on the Gini value. So you can see here same procedure we have to apply for this Gini cart algorithm, but information gain is not required. On the basis of Gini value, we can take the decision. So we have to calculate the Gini of this sunny, overcast, and rain. So we have calculated outlook sunny, outlook overcast, and outlook rain, and you can see the weighted sum of Gini index for outlook feature is that is 0.34. Why weighted sum? Because there are three categorical values for outlook, that is sunny, overcast, and rain. Similarly, for temperature, we can calculate the Gini, and then we have to calculate the weighted Gini. for humidity, and for wind. So if we look at the weighted Gini of these features, so you can see the one which is having the lowest Gini value, because Gini is indicating the impurity. If we are let's in ID3 we used the information gain. So the one which is having the highest information gain, that will become the root, or in other words, the one which is having the least impurity, that will become the root. So here, this in this cart algorithm, we are measuring the impurity of the the features in terms of Gini. So you can see outlook is having the least Gini value 0.342, although humidity is very close to outlook, but this one is having the least value, so it will become the root of the tree. So look at here, outlook, and there are three possibilities: sunny, overcast, and rain. And for sunny outlook, we have shown the instances here. Sunny, belong to sunny. There are three no and two yes. Similarly, for overcast, you can see this is why this is converted into terminal node, because all the instances belong to the same decision. Now rain, we have to find out the let's a particular child on the basis of Gini value of temperature, humidity, and wind, because there are mixed decisions, mixed values. Now we have to calculate the Gini for sunny outlook. So you can see outlook is having the all the values sunny, and if we are going to calculate it, then you can see humidity is going to have the least impurity, least Gini value. So humidity will become the root. Humidity will become the child. Similarly, we'll do it for the rain outlook. So you can see this for rain outlook. This is the data set. This is the data set, and we are calculating the weighted Gini for humidity, wind, and decision. So if we are going to compare these values, so you can see wind is having the wind is having the least impurity, least weighted Gini value. So it will become the child. It will become the child. And after doing this, when we are for rain outlook and weak wind, we are checking the instances all belongs to the decision yes. Similarly, for rain outlook and wind, strong wind, we are checking the decisions all no. So this is the let's working of this cart algorithm, and it, as its name indicates, classification and regression tree too. So it is applicable for the uh, regression values also, when decision is having infinitely many values. And of course, when we are going to apply it, we have to put some constants, we have to put some conditions to find out the in which particular case it will go, whether if something let's say when we are going to consider the salary of the employees. So if we are going to put the salary is greater than x, then it will be the left part of the tree, and if it is greater than less than, then it will be the right part of the uh, node. So here this is the working of this cart algorithm. Although few literature suggest that the cart algorithm cannot have more than two nodes. It is applicable for binary splitting. It is applicable for binary splitting. If we look at in that scenario, then this is not feasible because we cannot do it. But many literatures I have seen that they have applied, so I have explained in that manner also. But if you are going to do it by following the constraint that it will not have let's say more than two nodes, then we have to check the combinations, because outlook is having let's say three values: sunny, overcast, and rain. So when we are going to split from outlook, uh, just 1 minute, when we are going to split from outlook, then there will be two possibilities. So we, and there are three values: sunny, overcast, and rain. So maybe we can have the sunny here, and overcast and rain will be clubbed. Overcast and rain will be clubbed. So the splitting will be done something like this, and we have to check all the possibilities. All the possibilities, maybe sunny and overcast one side and rain is another side. So there is a formula. You can find out the possibilities. If there the if the feature is having three categorical values, or maybe k categorical values, then we can have the number of possible combinations 2 raised to the power k minus 1 and whole minus 1. Here in this case, three possibilities are there. So you can see 2 raised to the power 3 minus 1 minus 1. So here 2 raised to the power 3 minus 1, that is 2. 2 raised to the power 2, that is 4. 4 minus 1, that is 3. So in this way you can calculate the combinations and you can apply this algorithm. So this is the working of ID3 and CART algorithm. Now, splitting criteria, although if some of you have applied decision tree in your work in your research work, so you can maybe you are aware, you will be aware that sklearn contains the, in general, these two criterias, Gini and entropy. sklearn library contains the two criteria, Gini and entropy, splitting criteria, of course, and you are not supposed to do anything, simply import the packages and apply the algorithm. But if you are going to apply some other criteria, so maybe you have to write the code from scratch, because libraries are not available. Or maybe you have to import some other packages which is in which they have implemented. So you can see information gain we have applied in this ID3 algorithm. If you are looking forward to explore more about this ID3 algorithm, information gain, then you can explore this literature. And Gini index we have applied in the cart, as I have just discussed. And this gain ratio, might be you are aware that C4.5, this is one of the variant of ID3 algorithm. In that in this C4.5, we apply the gain ratio, which is normalized value, or maybe information gain with respect to per unit entropy. Gain ratio is defined as information gain with respect to per unit entropy, and you can explore this literature for knowing more about this gain ratio. And there are other splitting criterias like likelihood ratio, chi squared statistics. It is useful to measure the statistical significance of the information gain criteria. You can explore this literature. Here, Towing criterion, orthogonal criterion, and AUC splitting criteria. So this is one of the recent one. You can explore this literature to apply this AUC splitting criteria. You will be aware that ROC curve, receiver operating curve, and the feature which is going to cover the highest area, that is going to become the root of the tree. So this is one of the very important splitting criteria which can be applied to build the decision tree. And these are the univariate splitting criteria. Univariate splitting criteria, that means whenever we are going to select let's node it will be based on a particular feature, or maybe it will be based on only one feature, but here in multivariate splitting criteria, we can see that several attributes may participate in single node splitting test. As we have discussed in the cart and ID3, uh, only one feature is responsible for splitting, but in multivariate, many features can be the can play their role, in the splitting of the, let's tree, or yeah, maybe farming the decision tree. Now finding the best multivariate criteria is more complicated than finding the best univariate split, and for doing this, we apply the linear combination of the attribute input attributes, and maybe greedy approach can be used to find out which combination is the better one. Like, let's in this the previous data set which I have used, outlook, humidity, temperature, and wind. Maybe we are going to combination, let's C1 and C1 outlook, C2 temperature, C3 humidity, kind of we can try different combinations, and in the greedy way we can find out the best combination, which is going to be the most suitable for using for doing the splitting or for building the decision tree. And linear programming, so of course whatever the expressions we are going to form, it will be in the linear manner, and linear discriminant analysis. So these are the approaches which can be used to let's build the decision tree using multivariate splitting criteria. Now, uh, when to stop splitting? So as you have seen in the previous two algorithms, ID3 and cart algorithm, we have seen that terminal nodes are going to have the information belong to a particular specific class, whether it is yes or whether it is no. But many times, in real world data set, we have very large number of attributes. In the previous data set, we have seen that there were 4 attributes only, but when we have very large number of attributes, then definitely it stopping criteria is going to be a key concern. How? Because when we have a large number of attributes, then it will require a very large number of splits, very large number of splits, and such tree take time to build and can lead to overload, overfitting, lead to overfitting. So here, the point is, when we are going to let's build the tree, and it is going, let's having very long depth, and covering each and every point, so maybe it will suffer from the overfitting. And when some algorithm suffers from overfitting, then what it does, it performs well on the training data, but it lacks in performance in the test data. So definitely we have to look for the let's stopping criteria, stop splitting criteria, where we have to think wisely, where we have to stop the, let's this algorithm, this building the decision tree. So there are many ways to tackle this problem, and we can do it with the help of hyperparameter tuning. Hyperparameter tuning. So you can see there are 2 types of parameters in the machine learning algorithms: model parameters and hyperparameters. So model parameters are in general fetched by the algorithms itself, and hyperparameters are tuned by the users. So here you can see, while applying the algorithm, you can set the max depth, or maybe min sample split or min sample sleep. So when you are going to split a particular sample, I mean sample in the sense the number of instances, and with along with the target variable. So how many minimum number of samples will be must be there so that we can split. So these are the few constraints, and we have to tune for finding the better performance of the decision tree algorithm. Now pruning is also, help us to avoid overfitting, because if we find that there are a few features which are not relevant for the data set. I mean, we cannot let's fetch the meaningful, information from that particular features. Then what we can do, we can prune the let's those features. And of course, when we are building the decision tree, so it will be in the form of node. So we have to cut the nodes. We have to cut the nodes which are less important for the decision tree. So in this, we can see it helps in improving the performance of the tree by cutting the nodes or sub nodes which are not significant. And there are two types of pruning: pre-pruning and post-pruning. So pre-pruning, we do it while building the decision tree, and post-pruning after building the decision tree. So we can stop growing the tree, further. And if we find that a particular node or particular feature is not having significance, then we can stop the growth of the tree and remove that particular node, and then we can move ahead. So here, remove the nodes that are having low importance. So that is the concept of pre-pruning. And although there are many criteria related to many techniques are there to perform the pre-pruning and to perform the post-pruning. So in post-pruning, once our tree is built to its depth, now we can prune the nodes based on its significance. So after building the decision tree, if we are finding that these nodes are having very nominal significance with respect to the data set, then what we can do, we can remove the nodes from the tree. We can remove the nodes from the tree. Now, there are several advantages and disadvantages even also for the decision tree algorithm. So you have seen in those who have attended the uh, yesterday's lecture of Professor Vidyarthi. So he has shown that why they have selected the decision tree as one of the best performing algorithm, because as per the accuracy wise, there were some other algorithms also which were performing better or even equally performing. But when we look at the processing time or maybe time complexity of the algorithm, so they have find that decision tree one is one of the better algorithm, or in fact whatever the algorithm he has applied, decision tree one of the best algorithm. That's the reason they have chosen decision tree is one of the best algorithm for the particular that scenario. So look at here a few very known advantages of decision tree that are it is self explanatory, and when compacted, they are also easy to follow, because you can see the structured decision tree by watching by observing the decision tree. You can see how it is moving, and it is very easy to understand. Decision tree can handle both nominal and numeric attributes. So nominal attributes in terms of, let's say, categorical values. You have seen ID3. Numeric attribute in the form of regression, you can see card is able to handle. Decision trees are capable for handling data sets that may have errors. Erroneous values can also be handled. Now, decision trees are capable of handling data sets that may have missing values. not all algorithm. You have seen ID3 is not able to handle the missing values, but like some other algorithms like CART, they can handle the missing values also. Now, decision trees are considered to be a non-parametric method. Non-parametric method. This means that decision tree have no assumptions about the space distribution and the classification structure. If we look at the disadvantages of the decision trees, then you can see most of the algorithm like ID3 and C4.5 requires that attribute will have the discrete values. So that means either they are having the nominal attributes, nominal values, or maybe ordinal values, ordinal attributes. Nominal we have seen already: sunny, overcast, rain. And ordinal, like let's if we are talking about the size of the shirt, so maybe it is small, medium, large, extra large. So these are the comes under the category of ordinal. It will follow the order, like small, then medium, then large, then extra large, something like this. So this is one of the disadvantage. Now, decision tree use the divide and conquer. Of course, whole instances belong to the root node, and then we are going to split it. We are going to split it, and number of total number of instances will be same, like here x instances, y instances, and here z. So z is equal to x plus y. So of course we can say that it is based on the divide and conquer method, and they tend to perform well if a few highly relevant attributes exist. So when it in general it performs better when we are having the attributes which are which are having very less impurity, or maybe we can say that highest information gain, but less if many complex interactions are present. So if features are highly, let's say, correlated, highly complex to each other, then its performance will be its performance will suffer. Now, third point, the greedy characteristics of decision trees leads to another disadvantage that should be pointed out. So greedy approach, because of greedy behavior, maybe it it can suffer, it can fall into the local optima. It can fall into the local optima. So that is one of the issue, and it is oversensitive to the training set, and to irrelevant attributes and to noise. So that means if the data set is having the irrelevant attributes and having the noisy data, so maybe when we are going to apply this decision tree over a test data, so might be possible that we will not get the appropriate result or not get the good result. And because of oversensitive towards the training set, so it learns the, let's say, it learns we can say that in general because of oversensitive behavior, it can suffer from overfitting. So that is one, these are the few disadvantages of the, let's decision tree, although there are many other let's issues with the decision tree, but still we have to look for the good part of this decision tree to apply in our research and all. And as we have seen that uh, let's to find the optimal one, it falls under the category of NP hard and NP complete. So that's the reason many researchers are still trying to explore many variants of these decision trees algorithms. I mean decision tree algorithm, and there are a few extensions of this decision tree algorithm, like oblivious decision tree. So these are the decisions trees for which all nodes at the same label test the same feature. Same labels test the same features. So you know labels already, same labels. These are the labels. You can see labels. So in the same label, they test the same features. And if you despite its restrictions, oblivious decision tree are found to be effective for feature selection. Feature selection, that means which one is going to become the root, which one is going to become the left child and right child and all. So you can explore the literature to know more about this oblivious decision tree and this fuzzy decision tree. You can explore this literature, Jenny Cobb 1998, to know more about the fuzziness of the decision tree. And it is something like in the fuzzy, in in classical decision tree, what we do, an instance can be associated with only one branch of the tree. So if we look at the particular feature, so it can be associated with only one branch of the tree. But in fuzziness, in fuzzy decision tree, it can be the part of more than one. So fuzzy decision tree may simultaneously assign more than one branch to the same instance with gradual certainty. And we have to find out some, let's let's fuzziness to decide whether uh, for a particular attribute, for how many portions of it is going to be the part of left subtree, and for how many portions it is going to be the part of right subtree. So that is also one of the extension of this decision tree. And many times, you can find this fuzzy decision tree suitable if you are having a kind of data set which is suited for this algorithm. Now, a few other extensions like decision tree inducers for large data set. So for large data set, it can suffer from computation time, although it is found that it is quite fast. Once a decision tree has been built, we can easily find out the let's accuracy of the test data and other things on very less time. But when the data set is very large, number of features are very large, then computation can also be let's challenge. And this catlet has examined two methods, especially for the when data set is very large. They have proposed that either we have to import the whole data set into the main memory, or maybe another scenario, we have to split the data set. We have to split the data set. So maybe uh, whatever the data set we are having, we are going to break it into two parts, S1 and S2. And for S1 we have to build the decision tree, and for S2 we have to build the decision tree, and then we have to combine. So this is one of the extension of let's decision tree. And let's here look at the fourth one, incremental induction. So in general, what happens, whatever the classical decision trees we have, we cannot uh, perform, we cannot apply on the incrementally. It when data set is increasing, we are adding the other let's more instances in the data set, then the existing algorithms are not able to incorporate the this induction of the instances. So most of the decision tree inducers requires rebuilding the tree from the scratch. So that means after increasing the size of the data set, you have to rewrite the algorithm, you have to rewrite the code, or you have to rerun the algorithm to reflect its instances, you to reflect the let's say characteristics of the newly added instances. But many researchers have addressed the issues of updating the decision trees incrementally. You can explore the literature of Utgaf 1989b and 1997, an extension of CART, as I have discussed already, this CART algorithm that is capable for incremental induction as described by the Crawford et al. In 2002. So this is all about the, let's uh, decision tree, and you can go ahead to explore further. I have explained ID3 and CART algorithm, and why it is still relevant to be explored because of its uh, NP hard and NP complete behavior, and these are the few extensions. So that's all about from my side related to decision tree, and these are the few references which I have used while preparing the presentation, and you can explore these references to find out the more about this decision tree. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunil, sir. It was a very nice, elaborative, and very brainstorming lecture. Now, I would like to Dr. Nayan. Dr. Nayan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before that, we want, if there are any kind of queries, participant, you can ask to sir. You can unmute yourself and ask to sir if you have any kind of questions, any doubt, any queries. Please ask. Session is open for questions and answers.
Hello, sir. Morning,
Yes.
sir. Sir, how can we determine our algorithm has the NP hard and NP complete problem?
Very, very nice question. Because when we are we are having a data set, complex data set, maybe high number of values and high number of attributes, and when we apply some variants of decision tree, let's ID3 by selecting the criteria ID3, or maybe selecting the Guinea criteria, Guinea and entropy criteria. So you can see it varies from the accuracy. So if a particular problem, if we are able to solve it in polynomial time, then we can say that we can find the best result. But if we are changing, we are doing the variations, so maybe we can improve the result. So that means we are looking forward the optimality of the result. So that means you are not able to find out the best solution. You are looking for the, let's say, improve the result towards the optimality. And NP complete and NP hard, very well. The one which is not polynomial time solvable, we can see, we can verify in polynomial time. So that's the reason many of the researchers are exploring different algorithms for finding the better results. I hope it is clear to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any more query? Participants, any doubt? Please ask something. Okay, I think there is no query now. So I would like to invite Dr. Nayan Bhosle sir to propose a vote of thanks. Please, Dr. Nayan.
Thank you, Pawan sir. I would like to thanks Dr. Sanjay Kumar sir for accepting the invitation and delivering the session. And
Sunil.
sir,
Okay,
and you
okay,
have
sorry.
been discussed very native pinpoints on decision tree, a classification algorithm like entropy, Gini index, and other measures for the data impurity and their quality assessment. So in a simple language, being a teacher, you have been taught all these things in a very simple manner, which means very lots to our participants. And I'm sure all participants of the workshop may get benefit from it. So on behalf of the Department of Computer Science IJNTU team, I want to see you in our campus, sir, for the offline program also.
Sure, sure,
We'll plan
definitely,
accordingly and
definitely.
invite to you in near future. So with this brief, I thank you once again to Dr. Sanjay, sir. Over to you, Pawan, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nayan and Dr. Sunil. It was very nice, very great lecture. And it was our privilege to have you uh, with us. Our participant definitely got a lot of knowledge and they will implement this knowledge in their research or in their future work. And we hope that they have learned something and we wish good luck to them for the future also. And we hope that you will join again because we are planning something in for a workshop
Sure,
in
sir,
the
sure,
coming
sir.
days. And we wish that you will join again us. And thank you so much, sir.
Oh,
And please,
thank you very much to all of you, especially organizers and participants for let's listening me, and for the organizers, for giving me opportunity to share my views related to decision tree. And it is very nice experience to uh, be the part of this workshop with Pawan sir and your entire team. Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity to share.
thank you, you too, sir. And please share your PPT so that we can send to our participants.
Definitely, definitely, sir. I
And
will.
I will send, I will sending a honorarium sheet also. Please fill it and send to me.
Sure, sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Happy Republic Day again, sir.
You too, sir.
Okay, dear participants, please fill the attendance. It is shared with you in a YouTube also and in a WebEx live meeting also. And at 11:20, we will start again we have Dr. Neeraj Rathod, sir. He will uh, uh, do the hands on Python. Okay. So please be with us at 11:20. It's a 10-minute break. Okay, and please fill the attendance. And if you have any query, you can ask to me. Any kind of query, you are open. I know it's a Republic Day, it's a holiday, but as it is scheduled, we have to continue the workshop. Please fill the attendance as soon as possible because at 12:30 I will close the morning session attendance link. Am I audible? Ruby ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Please fill the attendance and I will send the feedback link at 3 o'clock. Okay, after the last session is started, so that you
Okay,
can
sir.
you can send the feedback. Okay, for each and every resource person. Okay, happy
Okay, sir.
Republic Day again, and we will meet at 11:20 sharp. Thank you.
Pawan, sir, can you share me Sanjay sir's mobile number?
Sunil sir.
सर संजय सर आपने जो बायोडाटा दिया है उसमें सुनील है, संजय है। सॉरी सॉरी, आपने जो मेरे को दिया था, लेट मी चेक। हाँ सर,
By data have the number, I think.
नहीं है
Only
नंबर, नंबर दीजिए।
let me abhi, I am just sending to you. Okay. Ruby ma'am, I have sent the profile on Instagram.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir, I received it.
on Telegram. Okay.
Yes, sir, I received it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Pawan.
Sir, namaskar, sir.
Namaskar,
Yes, sir.
namaskar. How are you?
How are you, sir? I'm not able to see you. Where you are? Let me check.
I'm here only.
आपने वीडियो ऑन किया है सर या?
Yes, yes, yes. That is on already. Switched on.
Let me check.
मैं तो 10 बजे से जुड़ा हूँ आपके साथ।
सर
सुबह गया था, रिपब्लिक डे सेलिब्रेट करके जल्दी आ गया था।
जी हैप्पी रिपब्लिक डे टू यू सर।
सेम टू यू, प्लीज, थैंक यू सो मच। सो व्हाट गोइंग ऑन हियर?
जी मोहित जी का फोन आया था क्या?
मोहित जी का फोन आया था। मोहित जी हमसे ये कह रहे थे कि सर आपका जो है 17 से 18 वाला जो है मेरे पास नहीं है
जी।
तो हमने कहा कि नहीं भाई, मैंने तो जमा किया हुआ है और उसकी एक कॉपी हमारे पास भी है, जिसमें कंप्लीट कॉपी हमारे पास भी है, लेकिन वो फोटो कॉपी है। ओरिजिनल कॉपी हमने रजिस्ट्रार साहब को जमा किया था, रजिस्ट्रार साहब से आपके पास गया होगा। तो आई थिंक सर्च देयर ओनली।
ओके।
अब वो कह रहे हैं कि आईक्यूएसी में सर आपका 16-17 है, 17-18 नहीं है।
जी।
तो अब क्या करें हम?
क्या किया जाए इस बारे में? हम लोगों ने मिस किया है। एक बार बात कीजिए, इनसे शुक्ला जी से बात कर लीजिए एक बार।
ठीक है, पहले मैं एक बार आई थिंक आई शुड टॉक टू रजिस्ट्रार।
हाँ ठीक है।
ठीक है ना?
जी ठीक है।
सो अभी कौन सा लेक्चर है, किसका लेक्चर है पवन जी?
अभी डॉक्टर नीरज देंगे पाइथन पे।
ओके
ओके डॉक्टर नीरज आर यू देयर?
Yes, sir, I'm here only.
Okay, let me make a change the role, make presenter. Okay, yes.
Neeraj, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
How are you, Dr. Neeraj?
Fine, sir. Fine, thank you.
So many congratulations that you have started this conference, workshop.
Thank you.
Should we start?
Yes.
Ruby ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Good morning to one all. Now today with us we have Dr. Neeraj Kumar Rathore, Associate Professor in our department. He is the coordinator of this workshop also. Now I would like to request Ruby ma'am to introduce Dr. Neeraj Kumar Rathore. Ruby ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to introduce Dr. Neeraj Kumar Rathore, an associate professor of the Department of Computer Science, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University. He has the area of specialization and current interest in grid, cloud computing, machine learning, database management system, data structure, and algorithms. He had his PhD in computer science and engineering. With the citations of 487, and out of them, 13 of them are H index and 21 are I-10 index. He has guided the postgraduate students, 6 of them with MTech and MPhil, and has guided 2 PhDs, which is ongoing, and one of them he had already guided. So with the paper publications till March 2021, that is 15 of them, it is SCI indexed international journals, 15 are non-SCI indexed international journals, 16 are international and national conferences, and 6 book publications. He had applied sponsored projects, that are 2, and 5 published patents, and he has been organizing the events which are them, and and he has given.
You are muted, ma'am.
Ruby ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you completed?
Yes, sir, I have completed.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Neeraj, over to you. You may
Thank
start your
you.
session.
Thank you, Ruby ma'am, for a brief profile. And thank you, Pawan sir. So without wasting any time, I just move to my work, to the presentation, to this particular lecture that is based on the introduction of Python programming. Actually, this workshop is belongs to the machine learning and its application. But in practical purpose, we need to remember, we need to take care about the Python also, because all those things, whatever we reading, we studying in the machine learning, we need to implement in the Python programming also. We need to implement in Python. So firstly, I just need to share my screen so that everybody it is visible to all of you. Just wait a second so that I hope it is visible to all of you. Is it okay, Pawan sir? Is it visible?
Yeah, it is quite visible, sir. It is good.
Okay. So, introduction to Python programming. Firstly, we need to discuss about a few things about the Python, what Python is, and what version in which we are working, what type of data types, different type of installation process, what type of interpreter we are using. So we are discussing what we will discuss in this particular lecture is the different type of data types, what that is integer, float, boolean, string, and list. We'll discuss all those data type one by one so that everyone will be well known about those data type and they will implement at your own PCs and laptops also. So I will start from the starting. Means if anybody is new in this particular Python programming, so he can see this lecture and he will implement all this program in his laptop. So we'll discuss all those things, different type of variables, expressions, statements, different type of preceding of operators. We will discuss one by one each and everything. So it is simple introduction about the Python is the high level language and it is initially designed by Gerdo van Rossum in 1991. So generally it has now a 2 version has been out. Python 2 and Python 3. We are working in nowadays Python 3. Beginning of the Python programming, we need some interpreter to run this our script in which we are writing our program. So if you don't want to install any interpreter in your particular PC, then you can directly run your script from the online website like that is geeks4geeks.org. That is there. That is provide integrated development environment. No need to install your any interpreter. You just run your script from there. And IDI1.com also there, CodePad also there. So these are some online interpreters there, because of and you can use those interpreter without installing in your PC. Some Python you can download some this Python software from the python.org, and you can also download the interpreter from these websites and run at your laptop also. So firstly we need to find out what is the main difference between the scripting language and the programming language, why we are using this scripting language, why it is trending nowadays, what benefits we have in this particular language so that we can use in to develop the website and all those things. So the Python programming a programming is languages that support the script program written for a special runtime environment that is automate the execution of the task. In this, the speed is a little bit slow, but we can divide the script into the client side and the server side as well. Obviously, the code is it is a little bit easier to run as compared to the other programming languages like C, and we have some other scripting language also, that is JavaScript, Perl, PHP, and Python, Ruby. These all are the scripting language, and nowadays we generally in the industry and the different type of companies and all are using those trending technology rather than the C or like this, because it is easier to learn, and anybody can learn within few days and implement their code and implement the website but with the help of this particular scripting language. So this is mostly used for the web development. As compared those scripting language, we all know about different type of programming language we have, like C, C++. So as we all know, there is a set of instruction with those instruction we can compile at the last. That is a little bit faster than its interpreter, but it is a little bit harder to understand, and it can be divided into parts like low level language, high level language like this, and it is also used to develop the mobile applications, desktop web applications. But scripting language is a little better and more user friendly, rather than the C and other programming language. That's why we are using Python, and it is very easy to understand also. So why we are using the Python language? There we have some benefits in the Python. Because of those benefits, we are using the Python. It has some object-oriented features like we have in the C++ polymorphism, overloading, multiple inheritance. We supported all those concepts of the object-oriented languages. And indentation is one of the greatest features for this particular Python language. It is free, open source, so you can manipulate, you can update it according to your project or your website. It has many other features also. You can use different type of libraries, different types of tools are there, user defined built tools are there. You can make user defined functions also. You can use all those things. Automatic memory management is also there, so that you have to use less memory rather than the other programming languages. It is portable, and one of more important features of is that it is easy to use and learn. When we'll discuss this particular Python, I will discuss all the fundamental kinds of things for Python. So you, after this lecture, you can implement your own program and related to Python in your own way without helping any other. So it is very easy to learn. So this is the main feature of this particular language. And one more thing is that whenever you return the anything on the Python languages, you can write the code on this, in the scripting, and you can run one by one with the help of interpreter. So you will get all those details. Interactive programming language and the straightforward syntax we have. So this is the main features of the Python that can use. That's why we are using Python nowadays. This is a simple installation process is there. So you can download the Python software from python.org and download it in simple. You can run all those. This is basic steps to download, and finally you can install the. This is the last screen you can see after installation. It means it will install. It was installed uh, successfully. Okay, so what we are doing here, Python execution in this particular thing is that if firstly what we just write down the code in the source code in the particular script. Then firstly we need to convert into through the bytecode, and then it will be automatically run by the interpreter, and we'll get the particular menu script .py. So it will be executable file. So firstly source code will convert into bytecode, and then it will be interpreted by runtime automatically. Generally, two modes we are using for the Python interpreter: interactive and the scripting mode. Interactive mode means you can generally interactive mode you can write on the Python prompt itself. You just for the simple programming, when simple output you want to see, then you can just write down on the command line on the command prompt, and then you can see the output. So this is the simple interactive mode. For the example is that if you write anything, the print hello world, it will shows the hello words. No need to write, no need for the any script like this, no need for any scripting to write these programming lines. So you will get the output. Simple the list, if you can write x equal to 0 1 2, then and you want to get the output, you just type x. It will shows the all the data what is stored in the particular memory location on x 1012. Same like this, if you print over 2 plus 3, the output you will get 5. So this is the one of the screenshot of the Python script, Python prompt. Here you can write the anything, then it will show the output. For the small type of you can say if you want something, you want some small output, then you can use the Python prompt. Otherwise, you need some scripting mode in which you can write the program and you will run by interpreter, and then you will get the output as well. So simple things that. So directly we move on to the data type. What type of data type we are using? This is very much, if you compare this Python, then it is very much similar to the C programming. Means whatever we are using in the C, we are using here. The difference is that some syntax is different, and so that's why it is little bit popular as compared to the programming languages. So data type, already we have all those data type in the C. Same data type we are using like integer. Integer is a whole number, positive, negative, without decimal. So if you write anything in the print screen, print the number within the bracket, then output will show like this. And if you write 20, it will show the 20. If you write the binary code, binary numbers, that will show the 2 byte, it will take 2 bytes. If it is a hexadecimal, oh sorry, binary is 2. If it is a hexadecimal code, it shows it will take 32 bytes. If you write simple number, it will show the number like this. So it is a simple integer data type in which we are taking the alphanumeric numbers, but it is integer numbers, so it should be positive or negative, anything you can use it. And if you want to know particular, if you know the if you want to know anything about the data, what type of data it is, then you can simply write the type. You can simply use the type functions. Means if you write simply use the type, and within the bracket you just write the data. It will show the what type of class it is, what type of data it is. This class is the integer. So same thing you can use in the float also and the other data type also. Here we can use 11, so it will show the what 11 is the type. Firstly it will show the type, and then it will print also the number 11. So this is the integer data type. Same thing we can do in the floating data type. In the floating data type we have the we have a floating number, and we can print those number like this integer. And if you want to find out the type of this particular number, what type of this number is, then you can use the type number. So it will shows the what type of data it is, floating data type of class it is, and then it will shows the output also. So you can do all those things in the integer and floating number also. These are the some examples we have: x equal to 35e, y equal to 12e4, like this. We have some data in the variable xyz. If you want to know what type of data it is, what type of value we have in this particular variables xyz, so it will show the, it will belongs to the class float. Okay, now move to the next type of the boolean data type. As we all know, it is either two values, either true or false. So if anything you want to know it is true or false, you can, it will check the class also, and then if you want to output, then you will store the data in the particular variable and you show the out- output. Okay, string, we have another data type, the string. As we all know, it is the continuous set of the character. Okay, so we should write all these string within the quotes. Either it will be on the single quotes or in double quotes. So if you want to write anything, if you want to print anything, string data type, then you should write print and the string whatever you have within the single quotes or in double quotes. So it will shows the output same it is whatever we return in the print statement. And if you want to if you want to know the type of the particular string, then it will show that it is belongs to the class string. Empty string will show the empty space out as output. So this is a simple examples of the string. No need to explain each and everything because it is a simple one, and we already discussed about those things. Slash we are using if you are write the print a slash b, so it will shows the output a dot dot b. This is the simple use of slash if you are using while in the print statement, escape statement we can say. You can use slash n also, new line for the new line. So if you write the new line, then the output will get in the different line. That is the only thing we have. And these are the escape sequence. For what are the use of this single symbol, black single quotes, single new line, double lines, all are using. We can use all those things in the print statement so that it will be used to find out, we'll get this systematic output with the help of those sequence or those symbols that is used for those purpose. Slash tab also we are using to give the space between the two output. Next one, we move into the list. Okay, this is the most widely used in the Python data structure. Actually, this is the list is a collection which is ordered and changeable and allows to duplicate members also. It will the grow and shrink as per your need, and its sequence type and sortable also. For the list, if you want to show the list, you have to declare it first, and do this using square bracket and separate value with the commas. So this is a simple list we have. We are using one variable, and this variable is list A, in which we are using all the values. These are the number also, they are the alphabet also. We all are using the number and separated by the commas, and then especially the character we are using the quotes. Yeah, either you are used to single quotes or double quotes, anything you can use. And if you want to print out all those particular this list one, it will shows the output like this. Okay, so if there's nothing in the list, then, and if you want to give the if you store the list in the particular variable x and you want to print out the x, it will show the empty list because we have nothing in the list particular list. And then if you have some data in tuple 1 1 2 3 4, you want to store this in the list, and gives the output in x, the x will show like this 1 2 3 4. So this is a simple list data structure. We have variables also. So like the C programming, we have variables in which we store the data, we allocate the memory for the data, and we'll use those variables in the program also. So what variables are? This is nothing like it is reserved the memory location to store the value, whatever value we have. It means when you create a variable, you reserve some space in the memory. Based on the data types of the variable, the interpreter allocates the memory and decide what can be stored in the reserved memory. We can store the different type of data types variable. You can store the integer also, you can store the decimal also, you can store the string also, you can store the character also, you can store anything. And simply we have a rules to name the particular variable, like this c, it should be start with the letter on the underscore. It should not be start with the particular number, alphanumeric character. We can use a capital A, small a, 09 and underscore, and it is case sensitive also. Those are the same rules to define particular variables. So these are the same, mostly are the same in the like C. So if you want to assign particular value to the variables, we use the assignment operator, equal sign we use. So with the help of this operator, you can assign the value to the particular variable. For example, we have some example in this lineup. A, B, C, we have a value, integer value, float value, string value, all the value we have a different value. We want to print, then it will show the output like this one. So this is simple one. Multiple assignment you can also do in the Python. Means if you want to assign the same value to all the variables whatever we have, then you can assign A equal to B equal to C, and you can get the output accordingly. So it will say multiple assignment is also possible. And you can change the value also. Means you can assign the different value to different variable like this. A, B, C means we have assigned the different value, numbers and string also. You can do this thing also in the Python. So it will show the variable output as per the variable and the sequence as well. This thing is that firstly we have the x, the integer data type. We declare x value is 5, then we again declare this x value, and then we string data type. If we want to print x, then the obviously the last value will override the first one. So this thing is possible. If you want to combine the string or combine the data, combine the value of the particular value which is stored in the variable, then you can use plus symbol also. So in the printf you are written here the Python is and plus x means whatever data is written, whatever value is written on the x variable, it will shows here, and the output will be the Python is the awesome. So it will use to concatenate the string and the data whatever we have in this particular program, which is combine and concatenate the particular string or data. This thing we can also do with the help of different variable also. We can store all this value, string value in the different variables, and then we can concatenate in the z, and then we will print out the z. So it will show the output Python is the awesome. So this thing we can do. We can do all those with the help this plus signal symbol we can use to add the string also, and you can use in other data type also. Like this one, this is a simplest we can do in this particular example. You can see in the y variable we can use the x plus 17, where you can assign the value of x, then it will add up, and then you can get the output. It means with the help of plus you can add up the numbers also. So this is a simple thing you can do at your PC. This is a simple one. Same like this, we can do all those operation here where you assign the simple variable plus, and then we will get the output, whatever you output you want, it will type, and the output will get. This is a simple one. Now we'll move into the next part of the expression. With the expression we have this only contains the identifiers also, literals also, and so we will discuss the different type of identifiers, class, functions, variables, modules. How can we make those identifier? How can you use those identifier in the particular programming languages? We will discuss after the later on this particular lecture. Literals are also there. They are the language independent terms in the Python and should exist independent in any programming language. In Python, there are the string literals, byte literals, integer literals, floating point literals, and imagery literals also. Operators also, we have different type of operator we can use, like the C, like plus, minus, less than, greater than, equal to, not equal to. So all the operators what we have in these particular those thing, add, multiplies. This is simple one, remainder, modulus, shift, left shift, right shift. These are all the operators, and you are very well known about all those operators using in the Python and C also. These are the same operators. No need to worry about it. We can use the condition expressions also, means the condition statement also we can use in the Python, means whatever the value you are using, x equal to 1 if true, and else. So if you are putting x, it will show the right value. Okay. And if you assigned any example, just a second, just a second. Okay. So this is the statement, simple assignment operator we are using to simple. We already we have equal to x equal to 10. It means the 10 value will assign to x. College assign the string values. If you want to print MICT college, means it will print like same it is. Precedence we have, if you have number, if you have some expression like this, so according to precedence, it will automatically calculate all the expression and it will give the output. Like we have this first, it will multiply 3 by 2, 3 multiplied by 2, and then add up with the 7. So this will do, Python will do all the work according to precedence, and you will get the output. We have the one example here, one more examples here. As per precedence, it will check all those things here. One more example is there. If you have five variable, and all the variable A, B, C, D have a different value, we assign the different value of the variable, and then in the E statement is the one of the variable in which we have some expression. So as per the precedence rule, it will calculate the value and will give the output. Means firstly what we'll do is, firstly we have to add up a plus b and then divide by 2. So as per the precedence, as per the, it will automatically calculate the value and we'll get the output like this. Okay. Now move to the next part is the comments. In the C, you can see we can use the backslash, double backslash to comment the line. But in Python we have a we can do the comment by two ways. First, the single line comment, means if you want to comment only single line, you can use the hash, and if you want to comment the multiple line, then you can use the triple double quotes and the triple single quotes. Anything you can do, so you can uh, you can comment the multi-line expression in the Python. So this is the output of this particular thing. Now we move to the next part, is module. So in this module, what we can do, actually in this particular module, we can call the values, and you can access the values from the particular module, and you can use those things in this programming. So we have here simply for we starting from the simple one. We import the system. So if you want to know, the details of the particular system, whatever system version we have, what system version we have, then it will show the output system version 3.8.
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Yes.
Okay, participant, whatever the query you have, just please ask at the end of the session, not in between. Okay, please ask at end of the session. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, at present, I can't see the chat box, so then so that I cannot answer your query. So at the last, you can ask the query whatever you have. So it is better for all of you. So give the answer. See, so definitely from the other information, if whatever information do you want, you can write out the print statement, is dot the version information, calendar dot month, whatever you want to know the month, you want to check out the month of the particular calendar of particular month, you can write down the calendar month 2021-5 like this. So also check that it is leap year or not. So all those type of information you can check through this particular mode. Function we have like in a function statement, it will do the specific task, and it will use to simply we are using the function to similar our program, or we can say we can, if you want to we can assign all the value in the particular function, and we can use those output in the all the programs. So we simply we can just keep the our program smaller. For this we are using the functions, and this is functions are the simply more organized and the manageable way, so that we can use in many times in the program also. So we have a built-in functions also, and this user-defined functions also, and we can use those functions like firstly built-in functions we have like absolute, all, ANSI, boolean, like this type of built-in function we have. With the help of those built-in function we will get the output as per the functions. And like the, for example, we have the integer value minus 20 we have, and we want to absolute value of the integer minus 20, so it will shows we are using ab as integer, it will shows the output 20. This is the absolute value. Other built-in function we also use. Some user defined function we also we will make it, and we will use in the particular programming also. So for example, we have using the one of the user defined function add numbers. So firstly we have to define def add numbers, and this we have to pass some argument, and then we'll check sum equal to x plus y and return sum. Means simply we are so we are add up the number, and we'll store in this number in particular some variables. So this is a simple add numbers function. If you need anywhere for this per add number or multiply number anything, then we directly call the add numbers with the arguments, and we'll get the output like this here. Print the sum is the add numbers 520, so it will automatically, we will pass the value also. So it will call here add numbers call here, and we'll get the output 5 plus 20 equal to 25. So simply it is a user defined function. You will make a user defined function as per your suitability in the program. So flow of the execution, we have the order in which statement is executed is called the flow of executions. Obviously, it will beginning to the and top to bottoms will not alter the execution until unless the continue or break statement is found. Function calls is there. If any function call will there, then we will directly move to the function where it is defined. We will run all the function where it's defined, and then come up again the same location where the function has been called. This is the simple process or simple execution of the program. One of the examples we are here. We are actually this is all about the lecture mostly for the person who want to start working on the Python, yeah, who just start his work on the Python. So this particular introduction of the Python is more beneficial for those students or those participants who, so you just see these all those things, and you can implement all those functions and all those symbols what we are using, functions we are using here. You can use it in and at your home, and first you install the Python and do all those things, do practice. It will very easy, and you can do it without any help. So now we have some uh, here simply we have some program to print welcome for the value x raised to 3, print x, and the good morning college. So here x range from 1 to 3, so it will print the value 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever print value x value here for 3 times, and then at last the good morning college. The simple loop is there. So it will start from here to here, welcome, then values, and then the good morning colleges. This is so how this 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 particular program is going on. Firstly, if you write down the step number, this is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, and then 4. It will execute like this. The flow execution like this. Okay. So here the first step is this like this. So it will 3, 4, 3, 4. So it will be up to you, the up to your marking. So it will going like this only. Uh, Now we have some snapshots of the program also here. This is the program snapshot, what we are written above simply, and you will get the output like this. And one of the another snapshot we have in this, which we have defined one of the function hello, and then two statements there in the particular hello function, that is good morning and the MRCT, and then simple lines of course there, print hi, print hello, and then hello is called and print done. So we will start from here, from the line number 5, hi hello is printed. Then in the seventh line, function hello has been calling, so we directly move into the line number 2. Then good morning and MRCT will be typed, and then again we, after the line number 4, we will move into the line number 8. It will be shown print done. So the output will be hi hello good morning MRCT done, like this. So the order of the execution is like this. Whenever any function is calling in between the program, we will move from the particular line where it has been called, and then directly move into the particular function where it is defined, and then execute all the lines for whatever data in this particular functions, and then move out from the same line, and then move continuously. So this will give the some output of the functions. Now we can pass some argument also in this particular functions. If you pass the argument, you can return the value as well. So in which in the sequence we have some examples. We have the one, we have defined the one functions add, and then pass the values a b, and then return the value a plus b. So here we just call the result equal to add 12 plus 3. So add function has been called, and we will move from here to this place where the add function has been defined, and then it will add up and then return the value. It will come here and they print the output. So basically this is some program, and it will calculate the sum of the value 12, 30. And simply thing is that we have some pass the argument and the uh, pass the value from this add function with the help of function, and we'll get the output from this function, and we'll print it out. So generally in the Python function argument, we can call the function through the three types of arguments. We have the default arguments, keywords arguments, variable length arguments, simple functions. And what are the function definition? Different components we have to just read it out. A keyword defined to indicate the start of header. It is used uniquely identifier, name shows, and then you colon to mark the end of the. This is a simple rule to define the function. How can we define the function like this? So simple one. Actually, everybody will know it, and you can read it out. It will be easy to understand also. So this is the another example of the function defined HF. So HF is calling here, and it will show the in the HF function only the hello word is there, so it will print the right hello word like this. Like this also we have some in this particular defined function HF2 statement of print statements there. If we calling this particular function three times, then three times SW and GH, this value will be printed continuously. SW this one, SW this one. So this is the, because we are calling this function three continuous times, it will show the output three times continuously. In the add up function here also we are doing this. We can do this thing also, as we have done in this combination function concatenate plus value. We can do the plus also. In this particular defined x add functions, we can add up the x or y value in the C, and we can print it out here C. So if you are calling the add function with the argument 5 4, it will pass here and then calculate the value and give the output. So you can also will print the value also and add all those things. This is a different way to represent different way to represent in the particular programming. So you can use any of them. All are the same. Just the representation is the different. and you can do all those things in the simple one line also. You can call it and then you can print it and you can pass the value also here, so it will be directly called for the particular add sub function to calculate the value. It will come here also and it will print also. So you can do all those things in this one line also, but you have to define the add sub function before it. So this is the simple function, some functions what we have, and we can do all those operations in the particular function. These are the simple examples to. Now, if you want to want output in the uppercase, then you can use the dot operator and you can use it, find out the output in uppercase and do all those things. Do the concatenate also. You can do the concatenation also in this particular kind of thing. I just skip few lines, few examples because all are the same, and we don't have so much time to you to see all the examples. So you can do at your own way because it is a simple one. Okay, some suppose we have some argument in which like the format in this particular line means we have dot format wish hello and we are passing the argument MR City College, but this is a different one for the uh, already argument we have in the while defining the hello function. So whatever the argument we are giving in the Python or whatever argument we are giving to while calling the function, it will show showing like this only here only I, and then it will format wish hello. So the MRCT will place wish and the college will place the hello. Some keywords argument is also there, like if you want to pass the argument in the different type of value, means if we are passing the value a, b or c, so it will be print like this, print value a, b and c, and we are calling the function three function we are calling, means we are calling the function three times. First function 37, it means the value will be 3 assigned to a. It is not wrong, it is okay, because here we have three arguments with, but we are passing the two argument here, so it is okay. And the two continuous value will assign to the first two variable whatever we are defining in the particular function, and the third value of the variable will automatically print it out same it is what is defined in the particular function. So 37, it means the value of A will assign 3 and B will replace, B value will replace here 7 and C will automatically print at this 10. The output of this function is, if you are print this particular value, the output is A equal to 3, B equal to 7 and C equal to 10. Like this also. If you are calling the function with the value of 25 and C equal to 24, it means 25 value will assign to the A first argument, because we are not giving any condition here, so it will automatically assign by default, it is assigned to the a. So the output of this particular function, it will be the a equal to 25. Here we define the c equal to 25 24. It means it will update the value of the c to, and the b value is equal to 5. The output will be the a equal to 25, 5 and the 24. If we are not written anything here c equal like this, so it will 24 will be allotted to the b only. Like this here, we assign the simple 50 equal to 50, a equal to 100, means we already defined both the value, define value of both the variables, and b are by default 5. So it will shows like that only. Otherwise, by default, it will starting from here to here. If we are written here 3, 7, 10, then it will automatically assign A, B, and C respectively. So sequences matter, but if you are define the particular value to the variable, then it will shows like this only. This is the another example here. Here we will define the function print name. Okay, and then here we are calling the print name function with the name of name 2. A value has been assigned to name 2 and B value assigned to name 1. So when we are calling this one, calling this particular function, so b a, the value will pass here a, b and a, it will show b and a are friends. It is concatenate the value strings here, and then it will give the output like the B and plus friends. Default value what also we have, in which means if you are changing the value, then it will shows the output like this. But the value is the, you are not using, you are not changing the particular value in the defined function. That means it will show same it is in your program. Means here when you are calling hello function, here in the we are calling, we are changing the string good morning, so it will change the value of wish, but you will not change the value here. So it will shows like that. The wish or name is a good morning name. It will show here. But if you have changed the value, then it will shows here good morning and the zero sir. So both the value will change here. So it will show the output like this. Means default value means whatever the value is defined in the particular function, it will shows same it is in the in the whole program if you will not change during the program. Some values for some sprint calling functions is also there, some 1 2, so it will shows the output 3 and 6. We'll do this simple one. Now we move to the variable length argument, next part of these particular slides. Variable argument, in which whatever we have, if you have the if you define particular functions star names, it means whatever the argument you have argument. So when you are, just wait a second. So here you can see the hello hello name, hello name. So when we are calling it, so means all the values whatever we have in the this function, when we call this particular function, means these all the values come here and it will print name like this. Means first mrcts will come here all, and then it will print hello mrct. Now it will come with the second argument, it will print the hello csc, because it is star names. Means it will calling all the it will taking all the values whatever we have in the particular this function. This four values there, so we'll print the print this particular program with the different name. Say, hello MRCT, hello CSC, hello sir, hello ma'am. This kind of thing we can do with the help of star and then argument. This thing is possible. One more example is there. Here we can see if you want to we'll define the area of the circle and the argument is r. If you are calling the area of the circle, then it will calculate. Here it will declare the value of the pi. It is 3.1.4. This is globally declared before the before defining the particular function, and it will return the value pi multiplied by r. It will show. Just a second, just a second. Hello? My voice is clear to you, no? Voice is and the video is
It is clear. It is clear.
clear, no? Because some... Okay. So now we are here. We are checking what whatever the whatever we define this particular function, it will calculate the calculate with the we'll start from the here. Firstly, we are taking the radius of the circle in this with the help of this particular statement. and then we will call the print and call the area of circle r. So it will move from here to this here. It will pass where we defined area of circle, and it will calculate the value, return pi value is declared here 3.14, and r value is defined, we are giving from here whatever the value we are giving 3. So pi cross 3 cross 3, and the return statement will come here and it will print this value. So here what we are doing, we are just firstly we are taking the input from the user, and then we are calling the area of circle, and then area of circle is defined here, and it will run and then give the output with the help of this particular print area of circle r. Same thing we can do in the different in this program also. Here we are defining the calculate function calculate ab. All those calculation we have done with in the different variable total a plus b, difference a minus b, production a, like this. Now what we are doing, we are starting from the this particular and return all those value. Now program will start from here. We are taking the value of a and b. Then we call the function for each and every variables s, d, p, q, m. Calculate ab means we are calling this calculate function for all the variables, and we are moving here. So total will come from the first variable because it is come as per the sequence, and then difference in production division modulation will come all the D, F, P, Q, M respectively, and then we will print the value with the help of print sum as. Then it will print out all the value, all the calculation as per the function and showing here. So assignment is also going on sequentially. This is the another simple program we have in which we are calculating we are taking the number values of particular variables, and we are calculating as per the function whatever the function you are defined on, and you can use those functions directly in your program also if you want, because in some programming in somewhere we continuously need to for particular module. So you just make the particular module, you make this particular function and then calling this function and use it. So it will what we are doing with the help of those particular function, we can just minimize the size of the particular program also. It is visibly also and it is clear to all also, because what we are doing here, we are calling the biggest function, all the operation has been done here, the value is written here, and we just print it out. That's it. The simple thing is that what we are doing. Simple. This is the biggest number of things. All the programs that we are doing the same thing. The program is learning and write down the biggest number. It will calculate here, calling from here, and then it will come here. The print will be the biggest number will get as an output. This is all these program examples. You can use those example. You can run those example in your PC, and you can check out your output will be same or not, like this. We can also use some statements, controls, flows, and loops also here, like we can use the boolean expression also. It is values, you can just write 5 double equal to 5 means it is true or false. It will use the output also. Type also, as we already told you what type of data we have. You can just type the value and it will find out the what type, what class, what data is belongs to which class, and greater than, less than, all this operator we are using in this python also. If statement we are also using, this is the same as it is, we are using the same c, like this is a value we are declaring here. A variable is declared and a value equal to 3, and we are using the this function. If statement is there, if a is greater than 2, then it will print the value, and if a is if and then later on a value is -1, if a is less than 0. So this, the output gives according to the if statement. Means if a is greater than, it will print the a is greater. That's it. If a is -1, is less than, it print the a is smaller, and then it will shows this is the only if statement, and then it will come out. Otherwise, if here we are giving a equal to 1, then it will shows done only. It will give the result done only. If a equal to 1, here it will come into this part, else part. So this is the if else statement, if statement. And if else also is there, like the if statement, we have to write down the else body also. So if the condition is not true, we'll move into the else part like this. If condition is false, then we move to the else part. Otherwise, we are moving continually if and then move out. So this is the here we are taking the value of a variable. According if it's true, then we are moving here and we'll print out the value. Otherwise, we are print the value this one. This is a simple if else. If else statement like others. So if you have many condition in the program, if you have a number of conditions, then you are using if else program. Means if, like we are when we are grading the students, if it is more than 90, then give them O grade, then A, B, C continuously. So we are using if else if statement, taking the value, and then whatever the suitable value it is, it will come into the particular block and then print it out. This is a simple statement we can do. Simple one more program is here. Here we are declaring the value 100. So it will check the value 100. Here it will come in this particular part, and it will show the result. 3 minus got a value, execution value, expression value. The value variable value also print here 100, and then at last goodbye also printed after moving out from the loop. So this is the simple loops are there. If I sorry, statements are there. So now we have some loops also. So while loop, for loop, nested loop also. Like the if statement, else if statement, we are giving the while statement also. It will check first the condition, whatever the condition we have. According to the condition, it will move down, run the statement. Otherwise, it will move out from the particular program. Like this, condition is true, is move out to the body. Otherwise, it will come out and exit the loop like this. If I equal to 1, while condition I is less than equal to 6, so it will move, it will come down, print the value MICT college. How many times it will come? It will print the 5 times, 1 2 3 4 5 6. 6 times it will calculate it, and then at the 7th time it will come out. So it will give the output like this. This is its number of examples is are given in this particular site, so you can check all this example. You can run all those example in the Python, and you can check yes all are working or not. So this is a simple C programming is there. Yes, but you can use this in the Python also. So all the programs, see, some syntax is different. Otherwise, mostly see in the different programming languages, scripting language, the concept is the same. If you know the concept, what you want to do, how this particular thing will execute, then it is easy. In different languages, just is the symbol and the presentation way is different, nothing else. And in the Python, all the symbols and the way of presentation and using those particular modules is so simple to use. So that's why this is nowadays too much popular rather than the other scripting programming languages. So this is the simple one. We have some number of examples here. You can run those example and run. The output is also given. This output will get or not. So for loop is also there, so you can use the for loop also, and then you can check the value will come like this or not. If we are giving the list, when this number is the list, it will come into the square bracket, sequence equal to 0, and we'll run this particular variables number and check this sequence equal to value is value. So it will square the number 1 4 16 like this, and it will print it out here. For loop is run from number from starting to how many numbers you have, whatever numbers you have, it will come from 0 to 6 or 0 to 5 or 1 to 6 like this, anything. So this is all about the you can retrieve the data from the list also. This is the list we are giving here. We already told you about that in the list we are giving the data in the codes, and all are separated by the commas and comes into the square bracket. And we'll define the value, and we will call the value from the particular list, and we will print in for loop also and while loop also. So it will give the result like this only. College item to every time I will be increased, and it will print the value of the from the first character to the last. You can also retrieve the value from the tuples also. If you have a number of value in the table 2, 3, 4, 5, you can take the value from table and print it out here. One of the other values dictionary also, in which we have some keys or values. Dictionary is the one of the another data type in which we store the value. Like in the list we are storing the data in the square bracket, but in the dictionary we have the data in the key and value form. This is the key and the values. So the three keys and values are stored in the particular dictionary, and you can retrieve the data from the dictionary also. Okay, how can we find out the value from the particular, if you want to print the key R, the key R you are checking then the keys are CSC and EC and CSC, IT and EC. So the keys are printed like this, and the whatever the value we are storing the particular dictionary, block 1, block 2, block 3, it will be printed is the values. So we are calling the values from like the in the for statement like college dot values, and if you are calling the keys only, so you can directly call the keys from the college. So it is defined from here, and you can retrieve with the help of those functions value. The string also you can print it out from the, you are taking the string here in the college, and you can iterate retrieving with the help of for loop name in the colleges. So all the value will retrieve one by one here. Like the for loop, nested loop we have, like in the C, different type of nested loop is there. So with the help of nested loop, you execute all those kind of thing, and you can got the output like this. So we have and one more thing is there, two more statement is there, break and continue. Simply the difference between two statement, it is little bit confusion when we are using the brackets and continuous statement in the program. Break statement is generally where you are using the break statement in a particular program. Means after the break statement, it will come out of the program. Means where you are using break statement, whenever you are finding break, it will execute this thing and then come out from the loop. Continue, it will come from it will leave all those statement and move into the first position where it is in the particular loop. We can see this thing here also. If break statement is found during the execution, during the expressions, then we will come out and exit the loop. We will not execute remaining body of the loop, but in the continuous statement, we'll continue from the expression where continuous statement is there. Particular in the particular loop where continuous there, we'll move out back and then run this particular lines of codes of the program. We will not move down or neither will move out. So this is the basic difference between the break statement and the continuous statement. We can see one example here. Break is we can see the one example of break and continue. Here you can see we are giving the string in the particular value. So if value is null string, then it will break. So it will print AMRCT. Whenever the space will come, then it will break, it will come out. So and then print the last statement, end statement. Means whenever we find the the break statement will come out the loop and then exit. And if in the continuous statement, you can see here, you can continue, and you can miss this particular if value here you can see for variable in string value equal to I continue print val. So whenever you can find the I, it will continue, it will not print the value because print is here, so it will not print the I, and it will move up and then check print all those I and ng values. Means st I will not print and ng. So this is the basic difference between the this is the basic difference between the break and continue. So Ako, within the limited time, I just tell you I give some introduction about the Python of first two unit, basic first two unit. Means this is all about the Python programming lectures, and within the 3-4 lectures, I will wind up all this programming. But we have limited time, so as per the time, I just finish all those things here. So that's all from my side about the basics of some Python programming. You can use those fundamental kind of thing at your PCs and laptop and execute all the program.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much, Dr. Neeraj. Now I would like to call Ruby ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please propose vote of thanks to Dr. Neeraj.
Okay, sir. I would like to extend my vote of thanks. It was very insightful and mindful session uh, on the introduction to Python programming, and which started with introduction of data, the expressions, the statements, and and with the installation of the Python, then two major Python versions that Sir taught us. It is Python 2 and Python 3. Then he also extended it to the Python programming, that is finding an interpreter and writing the first programming by giving the difference between scripting language and programming language, and why to use Python. He gave us 9 points, like Python as an object oriented, and it is portable, it is straightforward syntax. So, which was further carried on by how to work with Python and the Python code execution and running the Python in an interactive mode. So, which was further exemplified on the variables, on the expressions, that is the identifiers, literals, and operators. Then it was further exemplified. He exemplified on various aspects of functions, and the flow of execution, its uses, and also he introduced us to the variable argument, default argument, keyword arguments, and uh, and we were also enlightened with the interacting over dictionary concept and the loops, that is while loop, if loop, for loop, and a lot on this. Then C programming, it can also be it can also be used with the Python with a similar concept. So in the last, he told us that is the break and the continued statement. So so we were enlightened with lot of I would say lot of concepts on various things of Python that we are new to. So I would like to thank Dr. Leelaj for presenting and for teaching us his valuable insights into the Python programming. So thank you so much.
Thank you for a detailed vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And it's now lunch time. We will meet at 1:30. Okay. Thank you, participant. Please mark the attendance, and we will meet at 1:30, sir. Okay. There is a lecture again. Dr. Manu Pratap Singh will take the lecture. Okay. So we will meet at 1:30. Have a good lunch. Please mark the attendance. If you haven't marked, please mark the attendance, because I'm not going to share the link in a Telegram group. Okay, I will share the link here only and on YouTube. Please mark the attendance, morning session attendance, as I'm going to close it. Okay, because session is already over. If you haven't marked, then mark within 10 minutes. Thank you.
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
सर गुड आफ्टरनून।
कैसे हैं सर?
सब बढ़िया बढ़िया। और आप बताइए कैसे हाल चाल है?
बस
और
बस
अभिषेक
बढ़िया
क्या चल
सर।
रहा है? हाँ,
बस
नमस्कार,
बढ़िया सर,
जल्दी आ
बढ़िया।
गए। मेरे ख्याल
यस
से
सर।
हम समय से पहले आ गए, ड्यू
हाँ
टाइम से
राइट
पहले आ
सर।
गए हैं।
वो एक्चुअली सर 1:30 का टाइम है। एक्चुअली
हाँ
लंच
हाँ,
टाइम है।
तो ठीक है फिर 1:30 पे ज्वाइन होते हैं ना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
हाँ श्योर सर, श्योर।
ठीक है, चल
श्योर।
चल चल, ओके।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू। हेलो सर, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। मनु सर ऐड हुए क्या?
अभी ऐड हुए थे वो, एक्चुअली अब 10:30 ऐड होंगे, अभी
हाँ
जुड़ेंगे। अभी जुड़े थे तो
हाँ
जल्दी जुड़ गए थे, तो
अच्छा
अभी 10:30 पे ज्वाइन होंगे।
1:30 ना?
हाँ 1:30।
ओके। क्या आप चैम्बर में ही हैं?
नहीं नहीं, घर पे हूँ सर।
अच्छा अच्छा, मोबाइल से?
नहीं नहीं, इस समय तो डेस्कटॉप पे हूँ।
अच्छा अच्छा, नए वाला ये है कि वेबकैम?
वही यूनिवर्सिटी का,
चलिए ठीक है ठीक।
थोड़ा क्लियरिटी ज्यादा है ना इसमें।
हाँ हाँ, वो चेहरा सुंदर दिख रहा है आपका।
हाँ, वो उसी की वजह से है, थोड़ा क्लियर है ना।
फोकस्ड है। मैं उसको ट्राई करके देखूं क्या, नए वाले?
हाँ लग जाएगा, बस प्लग एंड प्ले है।
लैपटॉप में लग जाएगा?
लैपटॉप में एक्चुअली उसमें ऑलरेडी वो कनेक्टेड होगा ना, तो आपको
हाँ तो
मूव
उसमें बस
चेंज
चेंज
करना
करना
पड़ेगा।
पड़ेगा।
हाँ वैसे प्लग एंड प्ले है, कोई इश्यू नहीं है।
वॉइस ठीक आ रही है मेरी? क्लियर है वॉइस?
हाँ वॉइस क्लियर है।
now it is sorry. इसमें लाइट भी है आई थिंक ना?
नहीं लाइट नहीं है, बस प्लग एंड प्ले है सर। कनेक्ट करिए, आपके में अगर ऑलरेडी है तो उसको स्विच कर दीजिए।
ओके। इसमें लाइट लाइट ऑन रहती है ना? It's clear, sir? Yes, coming. अभिषेक सर, अभिषेक सर, लिंक आ रही है इसमें इमेज? इसमें इमेज ठीक आ
ठीक है
रही है?
सर।
इमेज
हाँ
ठीक?
बढ़िया, इसमें ज्यादा क्लियर आ रहा है।
अच्छा अच्छा। लेकिन ये लैपटॉप पे इसको फिक्स करना थोड़ा वो टफ है।
थोड़ा ऊपर सेट कर दीजिए, डेस्कटॉप पे भी मैंने ऊपर ही सेट किया है। ओबीसी सर नहीं आए थे क्या?
तो कोविड हो गया।
अच्छा कोविड हो गया, काफी लोग अफेक्टेड हो गए हैं।
हाँ हाँ, तभी तो 3.5 लाख केसेस आ रहे हैं पर डे।
हाँ ये तो टेस्टेड है,
हाँ।
10 टाइम्स कर लीजिए पर डे। पीछे बैकग्राउंड पे बैनर लगा देते हैं।
अच्छा, हाँ डॉक्टर साहब।
ये होस्ट कर ले।
Should I call to Manu, sir?
I think you just call.
Yes, sir.
It's like 1:30, so
Sir is joining the session. Dear participants, good afternoon to one all. Resource person is joining the session very soon, within 1 or 2 minutes. So please have patience. Am I audible, Bandhu sir?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's fine. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Wait, wait.
I think.
Manu sir, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
चलिए अभिषेक जी नमस्ते, पवन जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते सर। नमस्ते सर। आपको सर 26 जनवरी की बहुत बहुत बधाई,
आपको भी
रिपब्लिक डे
गणतंत्र दिवस की
की।
हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। भारत की अखंडता इस तरह से ही बनी रहे, ऐसी
बिल्कुल
शुभकामनाएं
सर,
बहुत
बिल्कुल
बहुत।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
Okay, dear participant, today's resource person, Dr. Manu Pratap Singh sir, have joined. Now, I would like to call my colleague, Dr. Abhishek Bansal, to introduce Dr. Manu Pratap Singh sir. Dr. Bansal, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It is my honor to introduce Professor Manu Pratap Singh, sir. So he is presently working as Professor and Head Department of Computer Science, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Agra. He has a more than 22-year teaching experiences from many reputed institutes like IIT Agra, Bundelkhand University, Gurukul Kangri University, Haridwar. He has completed many research projects which is funded by the UGC and the UP government. He has published more than 84 research papers in various international and national journals. He has attended more than 44 national and international conferences. He attended more than 23 workshops as a resource person and 54 conferences as invited talk. He has also awarded Young Scientist Award in 2005. In his guidance, more than 18 students has awarded PhD degree. As well, 3 students has awarded with MPhil and 9 awarded with MTech degree. He also visited many foreign countries like South Africa, China, Thailand, Indonesia as a resource person. He also contributed many administrative posts like head of the department, proctors, various chairmen of various programs. His specialization is in artificial neural network and AI. So, sir, this is a very brief introduction because yesterday I just go through your CV, so it is very long. So it is very difficult to cover up within 1 and 2 minutes. So, with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, and invite you for deliver a lecture on artificial neural network and implementation on MATLAB.
So thank you very
Sir,
much.
over to you, sir. Welcome, sir.
अभिषेक जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद and I am very
Welcome.
thankful to the Indira Gandhi National University, Amarkantak, for inviting me third time as a resource person for their workshops and for their conferences.
Thank you,
So
sir.
it is my honor and it is my privilege that I am with you again. So let me
Sure,
start
sir.
my lecture. So I wish to share my slides. So just I am okay. I am in the slides. I think my slides are shareable.
Yes, sir. Please start slides, sir.
Okay. I think it is again shareable. Can you see
Yes,
it?
sir.
Okay. So now we start my lecture, and this is the topic which I have been assigned in the, for today workshop. It is the neural network implementation with the MATLAB. So it is. So now I will try to cover initially the basic concept about the neural networks, and now after this in the second part, I will try to show you how we are able to implement the various neural network models by using the MATLAB environment. So let me start with the point. Okay, so now we start with the very first word, and it is a very common word in a community of computer science and the various disciplines of the engineering, and that word is the soft computing. And it is, and it has been identified that the soft computing is actually the emerging tool which is very commonly used for the machine intelligence. It means that whatever approaches we are following to make our machine intelligent and exhibit the intelligent action, all these approaches are coming in a one umbrella, and that umbrella we are calling a soft computing approach. Actually, what is happening if you just see the scenario? We have the several real world problems, and these problems are supposed to be solved by the machine. And among all these real world problems, only 25% problems are the problems which can be solved with the deterministic approach. At least to say that to solve them, we have a precise model or an existing model or a well-defined equations, and we can solve them with the computation, and we call that approach of computation as the hard computing. On the other hand, we have the various other types of the problems, and these problems are containing the uncertainty in the outcome. It means that we are not sure if we have the inputs, what will be the expected output. So we can call the term as the uncertainty. And it has been seen that it has been seen that uh, that uncertainty in the nature of the problem is occurring. The main reason which has been identified initially was that if the problem outcome or the nature of the problem is containing the randomness, and that means that due to that randomness the uncertainty can occur. It is okay, and we have the so many approaches for handling such type of the uncertainty in the statistical approaches. On the other hand, we have the such type of the problems where the outcome is uncertain, but there is no randomness in the nature of the problem. It means that we are sure the event will occur, but after the occurrence of the event, what will be the expected output? It is uncertain, and so for handling such type of the problem, obviously to handle or to find the output from such type of the problems, we require the approximate reasoning. So now to accomplish the approximate reasoning or to achieve the approximate reasoning with the help of machine intelligence, we have the approach of the soft computing. So now here we are. So it has been now realized that for complex real world problems, we require the following thing, that it means that we should have an intelligence system, and that intelligence system should contain the knowledge, the techniques for handling the knowledge, and the methodologies. That methodologies which we have here is the methodology of the soft computing. So now we can just see that what the kind of the computation we have in the soft computing. So in the word of the Professor Jadev, we have the another approach in computation which is contrast to traditional hard computing approach, and this approach is required if we have the imprecision, uncertainty, and partial truth, and we have the several resources inputs, and these inputs are conflicting with each other. It means that whatever information we have about the inputs, this information is incomplete. So now with the imprecision, with the incompleteness in the input information, or with the partial truth and partial false, we have the requirement of the approximate reasoning, and for handling such type of the problem, we are following the approach of the soft computing. So here we have the component of the soft computing. So as I already told you, the soft computing is actually be required to accomplish the task of approximate reasoning, and we have the two approaches for handling the approximate reasoning. The very first approach is the holistic reasoning, and the second approach which we are using is the approach of fuzzy logic. To apply the solution state or to obtain the optimizes or to optimize solutions by exhaustive by exploring the exhaustive search space, we have a two approaches. One approach is the neural network approach, and another is the evolutionary algorithm approach. Actually, if you just see the literature of the neural networks, it is actually being used for finding the optimal set of weights from the weight space. It means that we have to apply a searching method or a systematic searching method, and that search could able to obtain the optimal weight and to include the optimization to maintain this large of the space with the facility that I could find an optimum solution. We are applying the evolutionary algorithm in the combination of neural networks. So here we can say that if we have the some methods, and these methods are a combination of the neurofuzzy, neuro-GA, or the neurofuzzy GA. So if we use the method in combination, then we can call these approaches as a soft computing approach. So now, as I have already told you, we have the following approaches for the problem solving. An approach is the hard computing, another approach is the soft computing approach. And the hard computing approach consists or it is used for handling the those type of the problem where we have the precise model in existence. So we have the symbolic logic reasoning or additional numerical modeling and searching approach. And on the other hand, for the soft computing, we should have the approximate reasoning, or to not to find the approximate reasoning, we should have the approximate models, and these approximate models are able to find the approximate reasoning as well as the functional approximation and the randomized search. So it is the area where we are now focusing. If we further classify the various part or component of the soft computing, so now we can see what are the various models are existing in this umbrella. So now as you can see on the screen, we have the probabilistic model, we have the multi-valued and fuzzy logic, we have the approaches of the neural networks, and we have the approach of the evolutionary algorithm. And if we further go inside it, we can see that we have the so many other approaches. On the other hand, if we see that the neural network itself is containing so many approaches, either we are applying the feed forward neural network, radial basis network, single or multiple layer perceptron architecture, recurrent neural network, and most commonly the Hopfield type, the self-organizing map, and the adaptive resonance theory. All these are the approaches or the models those are existing for the neural network approach. And on the other hand, for the evolutionary algorithm, we have the so many evolutionary algorithm available in the literature, and the most commonly approach which we are incorporating with the neural network to optimize our search space of weights of the neural network. It is the genetic algorithm, or sometimes nowadays most of the people are using the generative programming. So that it means that we can say in the nutshell, the integration of neurophagy approaches together with certain derivative-free optimization techniques. So here I have written the word, whatever evolutionary algorithms like the genetic algorithm we are using in the operation of the neural network, these approaches are the derivative free. It means that the evolutionary algorithm for the optimizations are not using any gradient descent based approach. So now we can say they are derivative free approaches, and the integration of all these approaches is considered as the soft computing approach. Now here is an example which you can see, and the example is very interesting in a sense that we have a combination of the two things here. The As a part of the soft computing, we have the first component is here. It is the neural character recognizer. We are anticipating, or we are considering this architecture in a way. It is a neural network architecture recognizer, and that neural character recognizer has been trained for recognizing the individual English alphabets, whether the alphabets have written in capital or in the small letters. Here we have a knowledge base, and that knowledge base is containing the knowledge about the various domains and the environment, and it is using the fuzzy inference rules. So now when the input is presented, and you can see the input is D, here input is O with a comma. Comma is considered as an error in the input, or the noisy form of the input, or the errorless input. And third one is the G. So when the neural character recognizer accept the input, it generates the outputs after recognizing these alphabets, and it recognizes the first letter as a D, third as a G, but second it confused, and it indicates, it recognizes that it is either O or it is either A. When these two outputs are provided to our knowledge base, which is using the fuzzy inference system, and now it uses the domain of animal and find a inference that the dog has highest membership in a knowledge base of the animal with respect to the DAX. So now that word, as for concern of the animal problem domain, should be the dog. So it is a way that how the word has been recognized and how the meaning of a word has been identified. It is the strength of the soft computing. And now here obviously you can understand it is the way by which we are handling the approximate reasoning type of the problems. So now it is a complete goal of AI in the soft computing, that what actually has to be happen, and now what the type of the architecture is required. So if you just see on the screen, it is an intelligent system, and this intelligent system is containing so many components. It is a sending device, it is for the vision, it is accepting the inputs, NLP part, mechanical device for the action, and then knowledge base. And here is the important part, which is the part of the machine learning, and that part is actually being deliberately dedicated to the neural network part. It means that our machine has to be trained for the knowledge of for the information, and according to that it has to be respond in the terms of the recognition. So it is the just difference between the soft computing approach and the conventional AI approaches. So methodology those we have with the soft computing are the approach of neural network. It is being used for the learning and the adoption. It is its strength. The fuzzy set theory and the strength in knowledge representation via the fuzzy if they rules, as I have already told you in the previous example of the dog. The genetic algorithm and simulated annealing, these two are the evolutionary algorithm, and their strength is that they are providing a systematic random search if we have the very large search space. And whereas the conventional AI is actually being used initially for the symbolic manipulation. So now we have the alternative search techniques and they are provide less optimal solution, and these two approaches are the genetic algorithm and the computer annealing. So it means that both these approaches are actually supporting the randomized search, but that randomized search is being systematic way, and these two approaches are not using any gradient based approach for the optimization. So now we can say that the outcome of the techniques used in the soft computing are actually being used for solving the various real world applications. Those are by nature containing the uncertainty due to the imprecision in the input, and they are handling these problems very effectively and very efficiently. So now here we can just see the example, and here the two figure I am showing to you. In the first figure you can see that we have a robot, a mechanical device, and in the second figure also we have a machine, a machine which is the robot, you can say. This robot is being trained with the human being, that how the human can walk and how the human is able to pass the obstacle. From that adaptation and from that learning, this robot is able to walk just like a human, and this robot is also able to pass if any obstacle is encountered. So now you can see that video and realize what is the strength of the neural network in the terms of the training, learning, and the adoption. So now you can see how the robot is able to walk and see again it, and how it is able to pass the obstacle. Now, in this figure or in this video, you will see that we have a robot or a machine, and that machine is being trained with the swimming style of a fish. It means that in a deep sea, how a fish is able to swim. From that learning and adaptation, that mechanical device is also able to swim, and it creates a scenario that a fish is swimming in a deep sea. So now you can see that video also and realize how the things is happening. So now it is not a fish, it is a machine, and that machine has been trained with the swimming style of a fish, and now you can realize that how the neural network is able to create an artificial life. Now it is another example, or you can say the application of the neural network for recognition of the images. So now here you can see that we have a neural network, and that neural network is being trained to recognize the images of the individual alphabets and all the digits from 0 to 9. Once it is being trained, a car number plate is there, and that image is shown to the neural network which is being trained for the images of the alphabets and the others, and it tries to recognize it. Now you can see the input image. That input image is very blurred, and the characters are not very easily readable. When this image is being accepted, it recognizes the it it scans the image, it reads the image and try to recognize what is the contained in the image, and it identify that the first letter is M, and the hyphen, and the X, and the 2, then the 9980, and you can see that the result of recognition is this. Now, if you see the actual car number, and now it is here, you will see it is M hyphen X Z 9980. So now you can see the accuracy is there, but that accuracy is not 100%. It should be the Z, but it recognizes it as a 2. It means that it is a human common sense, and the human common sense is that the first three should be the alphabets, and after that there must be the digit. But unfortunately, that common sense is not available with our trained machine. It confused in the two and the chat, and it reads it as a two. It is a reason that in the research of the artificial intelligence and in the research of the neural network, nobody is claiming that the efficiency or the accuracy of the neural network is 100%. All the research papers, all the research says the accuracy is reaching up to 98%, 96%, and so on. It is the reason that, and the reason is very obvious, and reason is that the neural network is able to handle the approximate reasoning, and if we are handling the approximate reasoning, it simply means that we cannot say it will be the 100% accurate answer. Okay, so now we proceed, and we have to ask the various questions. Questions are like that: okay, if we are interested to make a computer machine, and that computer machine should able to trained just like a human being with the set of examples. It means that we are not saying that we have the explicit rules. We are not saying that we will follow the some searching approaches or the some heuristic approaches to find the recognition type of the word. The recognition cannot be happen with the explicit rules, or it cannot be happen with the searching approaches. It can happen as the human is able to recognize the objects. First, it has to be trained, and when it has been trained for some training examples, only then, when any one of the similar type of the pattern of sample is presented as a test pattern, and the performance on the test pattern reflects whether we are able to recognize the object or not. The same thing or the same argument is supposed to be applied for the computer machine if we are trying to train the machine in a similar way, in the same manner as the human is going with the training process. So now the important component of the computer machine or for any neural network architecture, that there must be the facility of the learning over training. So once the neural network is trained, only then we can expect that it will able to do the recognition type of the work. So now, how to accomplish, how to incorporate the learning facility in the neural network? It is a challenging task. So now we understand what are the various approaches, what are the various architectures, and what are the various methods are available through which the neural network can be trained or it can be learned. So now we start the topic of the neural network and see how this artificial neural network is able to explore the abilities of learning and how it is able to learn or train with the presented samples or training samples, and once it is being trained, then what is being expected from it. So now here we have the issue. The issue number one says the artificial neural network should incorporate an approach, and that approach should like that there must be the facility to extract the relevant feature from any input data and reform the pattern recognition task. Now, it is a very important issue. Issue is important in a sense. If you see the tendency of work for a human and a computer machine, human works on the patterns and computer works on the data. Computer machine cannot work on the pattern and human cannot work on data. The pattern and data are the two complementary things. For computer machine, everything is data, and for human being, everything is pattern. So now, if we are interested to train our machine in a similar manner as the human is supposed to be trained for the samples, then obviously the artificial neural network should be trained for the patterns, irrespective what is being perceived by the machine as a input data. So now there must be a mechanism by which the computer machine is able to extract the relevant or the necessary or required information. Those are being used to uniquely identify the input, and we call that information in a representation way as a pattern. So now we can understand the word pattern in a sense. If we are able to identify any object in a input space or in a future space, and each space of the future or the input is representing one of the attribute by which that pattern or that input is uniquely identified. It means that if we combine all these attributes and represent them with a single way, it is called the pattern vector. So now the first requirement for the artificial neural network is that it will accept the input pattern vector for the training. So if we have, for example, if I have an example for you, if we have a fruit, any fruit, and we are interested to recognize that fruit, whether it is apple or the orange. Here, for example, the first thing is that for a computer machine, it is the input data. The input data is a fruit. So now the issue is how that input data as a fruit will represent to the machine, though the computer machine can be trained for the particular fruit and identify or recognize it. So what we do, we represent the fruit, any fruit, in the terms of its unique attributes. There may be several attributes in a fruit, but for an application point of view, for convenience or for our convenience, or for example, if we represent the fruit only with the three unique attributes, so now we can say every fruit input is being represented in a input space of three dimensional. One dimension is the shape, second dimension is a weight, and third dimension is a texture. So now the fruit is being represented as a feature vector, and that feature vector is containing three attributes. So now you can say we have the three-dimensional pattern vector for the representation of a fruit. And these three attributes are shape, the texture, the weight. And it means that we have a three-dimensional input space of feature space, and along a one dimension, one attribute is represented. And if you consider any point in the three-dimensional input space, it will be a vector. So now for every root information, we have a 3 cross 1 input pattern vector, and that 3 cross 1 input pattern vector will be used for our training. So now the pattern has been extracted from the input, and that pattern vector will be used by the artificial neural network for the training, and once it is being trained, only then it can perform the task of pattern recognition. The second issue is it will learn from examples without any explicit rules. It simply indicates we should have the several patterns of the same information. So now if I have the alphabet A, so I have the alphabets of so many shapes. All are A's. All are A's means they all are sharing the common features. So all are sharing the same pattern information, but these are the different pattern samples. And we call them as the examples. So now we should have the training examples, and these training examples are presented to the machine, and the artificial neural network will train for the example, and there is no explicit rule for the pattern recognition. It is some trends in computing, and now it is only for your demonstration that how the things have been changed. From the technology point of view, we have started with the mechanical devices. We After that we have vacuum tubes and so on, and now we have the optical devices. The similar thing we can see in the software. The software changes are like that. We have started with the machine language, and we have the assembly, then high level, then the symbolic programming like Lisp and Prolog, then the fourth generation language, and now from the object oriented to Java, and now we have the environment where we can do the programming in the natural language. MATLAB is a mathematical or a technical programming environment, and I feel it is more nearer to the natural language because most of the function names are the similar as we use in our natural languages. It is the changes from the architecture point of view. We have started with the unit processor. We have then after we have the array processor, and then so many things, supercomputer, parallel computer, and now see the point number G. It is the computer architecture which is called the parallel distributed processing models or PDP architecture. Now, if you just see the parallel distributed processing architecture, the similar kind of the architecture, we can anticipate that it is working in our human brain. I have a reason to say this point because if you just realize, if we perceive any input through our eyes as its sensor, right? Our eyes are sensors and they perceive any input information. It is not happening. The one part of the input information is in one part of our human brain, other part of the input is on the other part of our brain. It is not happening. So what is happening? The entire input which is being received is distributed throughout our brain to individual processing units. Those are called the neurons, and these neurons process this accepted input information in parallel way. So now it is just resembling with the architecture of the PDP. So now we feel it is the most suitable architecture which should exist for the construction of artificial neural networks. It is a changes in the concept of AI. Initially, computer was invented to do the numerical processing type of the work. And now, as the AI progressed, we have the symbolic processing, and now we have computational linguistic, and we have the NLP, knowledge representation, expert system, hidden marker models, and now we have the approach of artificial neural networks. If we just move forward, just try to think that how the change has occurred if we are working with the neural network approach. So here the two diagrams are demonstrating you that how the things have changed. In the first diagram, you can see we have the computer and it happens in the additional programming. We have the input data. We should have a explicit computer program written in any high level programming language that program executes in a computer, and when it executes, it accepts the input data, and for this input data, it produces the output. It is the way which we are following in our additional programming approach. On the other hand, if we see the programming approach of the machine learning or the neural network approach, the things have changed. We don't have any explicit computer program. So what do we have? We should have the input and the output data. It means that you can understand we may have the input output information or past information, previous information, or some sample examples, and these sample examples are containing the input and the output code. So now we can say the other words, we may have input output pattern pairs, and these input output pattern pairs are presented to the computer machine, and computer will try to capture the implicit function relationship which is existing in the input and the output pattern pairs. Those are being used in the training phase, and when it is able to find out or capture that implicit functional relationship between input and the output, we will say it can find the output of any unknown input also. So now we have the explicit computer program which is being provided or generated by the computer machine after going through the rigorous training of this input output pattern pairs. So now it is the approach which we are following in almost all the neural network architectures. So now the requirement is what? We need the input samples, and we also need a system, and that system should adopt some learning methods, and that system has to be trained, and it has to be trained with the learning mechanism. And once it is being trained, some unknown input patterns are presented, and now we call them as the testing phase. And for the unknown input patterns, the result should produced by the trained machine, and to see the result we can understand or we can realize whether it has been trained for the environment or not. So now it is a very simple approach, and the approach simply indicates input samples means we should have the training sets. The system should be trained, and once it is being trained, it has to test it for the pattern samples or the unknown input samples, and prediction is being produced there as an output. So now it happens in the training and testing. The training set means that we have the explicit input output pattern pairs for them. The training is happening now. Here you can see it is a observed one. Now, when any unobserved means that a known pattern is presented, now it has to identify where this unknown pattern will belong, here or here. So if it is rightly belonging, only then only then we can say it is correctly recognized. Now, to maintain the performance of the neural network, we should have the following parameters. The type of training which we are providing to our machine, the form and extent of any initial background knowledge. It means that from which prior knowledge the neural network should start. Once it is producing the output, and that output is presented to the environment, the feedback from the environment may also be used to accommodate or to make the learning more accurate or more effective, and the training algorithms. And the two important factors, those are guiding the way in which neural network will work. The one approach or the one factor is the modeling factor, which type of the modeling we are using and which type of the optimization method we are using to maintain our search space in a way that we could find a optimal weight vector. Those are the correct solution for our training, or those are required for convergence of the neural networks. So now we can say the success of machine learning system or the neural network system depends upon the algorithm, and the algorithm controls the search to find and build the knowledge structure. As I already told you, the learning algorithm should extract useful information from the training examples. It is also been discussed with you. So now we may have the following types of the training or learning algorithms, and you can see it may be the supervised learning, it may be the unsupervised learning, it may be the semi-supervised, or it may be the reinforcement type learning. So any one of the learning we may use, but the question is which type of the learning will use for which application. So obviously the type of model and the type of learning is totally depending which type of the problem or pattern recognition we want to perform by our computer machine. So if we have the task of addiction, classification, or the regression, obviously we are supposed to use the supervised learning. And if we have the task of clustering or some association, dimension reduction, we have to use the unsupervised learning. And for the decision making, like the robot or the chess machine type of the problems, we are supposed to use the reinforcement learning. Now it is another scenario which we have. Now if you see the slide, and now you will realize in a slide here, you will see that we have the data, and this data I have written as the structured one. And now on the other side of the slide, you can see this is the unstructured data. Now, if we have to find any useful information, or if we have to do any information retrieval, obviously, you have the answer. It is convenient. It is very easy if we have the data in the structure form, and it is true. If we have the data in the structure form, we have the so many tools are available in computer science or in the statistics by which we can find the useful information. But the problem arises when we have the data in the unstructured form. So now you can see it is a picture of the some space type figure or from the satellite image. It is the information which we have from the social media. Now you can understand in a 1 second, in a 1 minute, sorry, we are emerging the uncountable information on our social media through the Facebook, email, WhatsApp, and so on and so on. The issue is that if we have a such large amount of data is available, then how we will able to extract or how we will able to retrieve the useful information, and how this large information will be used for decision making. So now it is very hard to do all these works through the manual process, or it is very hard to do for any human being. So it is the real areas, real applications areas where the artificial neural network is required for the decision making and for the recognition of hidden patterns, as well as for the information retrieval. Okay. So now all those issues I have already mentioned with you, so I am just skipping it, and now I am focusing here. So now to do the pattern recognition by the computer machine or through the model of artificial neural network, if the artificial neural network is able to do any one of the following tasks, we will say it is able to do the pattern recognition task. Either it is able to do the pattern association, pattern classification, pattern mapping, or pattern listing. It means that a object is recognized with the other object. Example is that A for apple. So now I am recognizing the alphabet A with the apple or apple with the A. So now this is called the pattern association. Or you can say you can recognize the name with the face, or you can recognize the face with the name. On the other hand, you have the pattern classification. It indicates that individually each pattern is different from each other. But all these patterns are at least sharing some common feature. On this basis, they are put together in a one class. If, for example, it is the class of Indian, it is the class of American. So now you can see each Indian is different from the other Indian, but a common feature is that they all are Indians. So now if we are identifying the objects according to their unique feature, individually objects are different. If I can say that the fruit and vegetables are separated, each fruit or pale orange, others are different from each other, but they all are sharing a common feature, and it is that they all are fruit. So if we are able to do such type of the recognition of the object, it is being known as the pattern classification. If the artificial neural network is able to capture the implicit function relationship which exists between input and output pattern here with the help of presented training set. Then it is doing the task of pattern mapping, and it is also being considered as the pattern recognition task. On the other hand, if we have the unsupervised way without already pre-specified classes, and still we are able to separating the patterns as per their common features, it is called the pattern listing or pattern grouping as a one of the component of the pattern recognition. So now what we require to do the task of the pattern recognition. So now here we have methods of pattern recognition task. The first thing which we require is the pattern environment. Second thing which we require sensors to collect data from the environment. The third we require is the feature extraction from the data. And fourth we require is that neural network is either able to do the association, storage, classification, grouping, mapping. If any one of these tasks is happening, we will say the computer machine is able to do the recognition type of the task. Now, whether we can see that we have already defined all these words, so I am skipping these slides here. All these things I have already discussed with you, so it is the just repetition. So I am just skipping all these things, and I come to the main objective. This is all okay. Now it is an way to show you how we can model the functioning and working of the actual biological neuron on our sequential machine, and we called it as the artificial neuron. So here you can see we have the external inputs, and now you can see I am representing the input in a vector form. So I have already told you it is a n cross 1 vector. That means that input data for which I have the input are actually representing the future vector for the input. So now I can understand that we have the input, and that input has the n features. So now it is the reason that I have represented it in the terms of the n cross 1 vector. Here is the artificial neuron or a processing element, and every input is associated with a weight. And now we multiply the input with the weight, and we add all of them. Bias or threshold is a resting potential helping mechanism in a actual neural network system. So here we consider it as a bias weight, right? That bias weight is assigned to the input, and we have fixed that the bias input will always remain on. So now we fix it with the value 1. All other input may have 0 values also. So now you can understand, if any one of the input is 0, the weight of that input will become uncommon, or it has no use. But here the input is always present, so now bias weight will every time will be active. All these informations are multiplied and added. After this addition, we have the activation of the neuron, and when this activation is passing through the some activation function, it generates the output. So now we call it is the actual activity or actual output, which is produced by the neural network. So now you can see here is the S as an activation, which is this emission from J equals to N, weight multiplied with the input, and here the G is the sum activation function, and this activation is passing through the function, and we are getting the outputs. Now the point is that what should be the shape, or what should be the characteristics of this activation function? We have so many type of the activation function. Those are being used in the literature of neural networks, like the stressing function, hard limiting function, binary function, bipolar function, linear unit function, and we have so many functions depending which type of the problem we are trying to solve. According to that problem, we will decide which type of the activation function we have to use for the activation to generate the output of the neuron. So here some of the common activation functions, those are very frequently being in use. So now you can see them. It is the hard limiting function. So if it is happening, activation is more than 0, output is 1, otherwise output is 0. So it is called the hard limiting. So it is a binary outputs, and now we can also find the bipolar outputs are using the same function, hard limiting. If I just had the mechanism, if S is more than 0, output is 1, and if S is smaller than 0, output is -1. It is the another function which we have, which is called the stressing function or the sigmoid function. So now it is a S-shaped function. It is a continuous but non-linear, right? So now you can see that the here the activation function is equals to 1 by 1 plus exponential minus activation. So now first type of the functions are also used. So now it is totally depending which applications we are handling. According to the our application or problem, the selection of activation function is there. In the MATLAB environment, we have so many functions of this as an or as an activation function. So any one of the function we can select. Again, argument is same, which type of the application or which type of the problem we are handling. So we have hard limiting functions, symmetric hard limiting, linear, saturating, linear, symmetric, saturating, invariant, hyperbolic, poetic, linear, and competitive type. So all these functions we can use, and we can just find the output as per our requirement. We have the initial three types of the models. It is called the backlog with models, perceptron model, and the adline adaptive linear models. So initially, these three types of the architectures or the models of artificial neural network have proposed. Among these three, the McLaughlin model is a initial model, but it is failed to show any ability of to learn from the training set. So it is maintaining the fixed weights. So now it is not being used for the training and the adoption. The perceptron model was the very first model which exhibit the training from the training sets, and it is able to adjust the weight in order to adapt the change in the pattern environment. And Adeline is following the gradient based approach for adapting the weights. We can further increase it or improve it, and we have the single layer feedback network. It is the example of the perceptron. And we have the multi-layer feed forward network. It is the example of your back propagation algorithm, and it is opening the door for the deep learning also. And we have the recurrent type architecture where we have the output works as a feedback of input. So now Hopfield model is a very common approach to just implement the neural network by following the recurrent approach. Now it is the change in the architecture. Now you can see how the weights are being used, how inputs have been used, and how we are able to find the outputs. Now we can extend it. It is the four layer. So it is the input layer, it is the output layer, and we have introduces the two more layer here. It is called the hidden layers. And now it is the multi-layer feed-forward neural network architecture. Now, if we extend this idea, now if we try to introduce more layers, hidden layer, and now ultimately we have the deep neural network, and that deep neural network is a very powerful tool nowadays to handling the complex pattern recognition type tasks, specifically for the image recognitions. So it means that we just see that how much differences have occurred from the classical neural network approach and from the and in the deep learning approach. In the initial systems, we have the input and we have the hand design program, and the output we have already seen it. In the approach of neural network, we have the input, we have the more step was there, and this step was to hand design feature extraction. It means that first we have to extract the features. After extracting the features, we were constructing the pattern vectors, and these pattern vectors were presented from a training, and from the training we are finding the output. The change has occurred in the deep learning is that we don't require any hand design feature extraction approach. If we include or if we introduce more number of hidden layers as a convolution layers, you can say, and these hidden layers are itself extracting the feature from the input. It means that in this case, the input as a whole is presented pixel by pixel, and these hidden layers are extracting the feature itself. And after extracting the features, the training is accomplished and we obtain the outputs. So it is a just example which we have in the deep learning. Now you can see that we have an image, and now without doing any pre-processing, without doing any feature extraction, this entire image is presented to the input. Now pixel by pixel image is presented to my input layer. Here I have the first stack of the hidden layer, and this stack of the hidden layer is extracting the feature from the input itself, and it is finding the edges of the images. These edges are further passing to the second hidden layer, and the input of this hidden layer are the edges, and now it is producing the contours or the corners. And now it is the third hidden layer which is accepting the contours, corners, and producing the objects, and it is the layer from which we are recognizing that in a picture we have a car, we have a person, and we have the animal. So now you can just realize the strength or the power of the deep learning, and we can think how it is able to do multi-object classification. That in one image we have more than one object, and all these objects have been recognized. It is the strength, it is the power of the neural network, that how it is being evolved with itself. By using some extra hidden layers, we are able to do such complex recognition type of the work. Abhishek ji, how much time is allotted to me?
We have, sir, 10 minutes more.
Okay.
10.
So I will try to summarize it. Okay. Now it is another example which I am showing you, and it is the example which I will try to correlate with my first concept of the approximate reasoning. I have already told you that we cannot say the accuracy which we are obtaining through the neural network is 100%. Now here you can see, here we have a deep learning network which has been trained to recognize the animals. That now you can see the training sets are here. The training sets are complete images of the animals. Once it has been trained, a unknown input image is presented, which is here. It is the unlabeled or an unknown input is presented. So now you can identify it as a test pattern set. Now, when this input image is presented, it finds the edges, the contours, and extract the objects and identify 10% times the wrong answer and 90% time the right answer. It recognizes it as a dog 90%, and it recognizes it as a wolf only 10%. So now you can say the accuracy of recognition for such type of the application is the 90%. Okay. Now it is the platform which we have available as an open source. You can find the so many sources where these platforms are available of the Python framework. So in a Python framework, these are the open environment where you can apply your method and use their libraries and implement the architecture and train them and obtain the result, and they contain so many pre-trained architectures. Now, if you just open the library of NPI, you will see they have several models or architecture of deep learning neural network, and these architectures are pre-trained. They are already trained. You have to only pass your input information according to your application, and the classification, the things will happen automatically, and it finds the accuracy, and it will also create the infusion matrix from which you can find the analysis and see how the accuracy, how the predictions are available. So I think I have explained you so many things, and I hope that you have understood some of the issues. So now I stop myself, and the questions are welcome here.
Many thanks, Dr. Manu Pratap Singh sir, for a very beautiful, very elaborative lecture. Now, participant, you are invited to ask any query. If you have any kind of doubt, you can ask to sir. Please, let me unmute yours, you all, first of all. Okay, now you can ask to sir if you have any kind of doubts. Participants.
Or you may write the chat. I will reply, or I will
Yeah,
interrupt
you
reply.
can write in a chat box also, or you can send your queries to me also. Okay. Whatever the queries you have, just please uh, ask, okay, or write in a chat box.
So if you have no query, then I feel that the two things can happen. Either you have understood everything or you have not understood anything. I hope that you have understood everything. It is my approximate reasoning. The rest is yours.
Barkha, do you have any query? Barkha Sahu? Barkha is our research scholar. Barkha,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
do you have any kind of query?
Uh, Not now, sir. Actually, I'm processing all these things right now. But yeah, further, if I have, I will surely inform you. And I would like to learn more and more about these things. Actually, I'm working on it with my research work, actually.
Very good.
So I would.
Sir, there is a one question from
Yes.
Aditya. Sir, how car text detection using image processing better from the car no detection using neural network?
Means
Just write the question in chat box, sir.
uh, question is very ambiguous. How are test detection using image processing better from the car no detection? Can you explain your question in the words?
Syam Aditya, you can ask. Okay, Syam Aditya, are you there?
Can you
Yes, sir.
explain or
I want
elaborate
to.
your question more? What
Am I
exactly
audible?
we want to ask? Yes, please.
Sir, actually, I want to ask that in the example that you have shown, where we are detecting the car number using the neural network, sir, the same can be done with image processing. So how using the neural network
See, this is
result?
right. Okay, okay. See, the if you are using the image processing, it means that you have already stored the numbers. Am I right? It means that you have the images, and these images are stored, and when you see a image, you try to compare the stored image with the accepted image. Am I right? But here the point
Yes,
is
sir.
that if you're using the neural network approach, then you don't need to store the images. You have to
Okay.
only present the information of the images as a pattern, and neural network will train for the pattern, and when any one of the unknown input is also presented, it would also be recognizable. It is the point.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any more queries? Okay, Dr. Bansal, are you there? Dr. Abhishek?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, now I
Thank you,
would
sir.
like to my colleague Dr. Abhishek Bansal to propose vote of thanks to Dr. Manu Pratap Singh, sir. Dr. Bansal, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. I, on behalf of Department of Computer Science, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, would like to propose a great thanks to Professor Manu Pratap Singh, sir, who has accepting our invitation and delivered a lecture on very relevant topic, neural network and its implementation in MATLAB. Sir, you have discussed about the soft computing and its various component, how it is useful and help to optimize the various real life applications such as neural character recognition and robotics. Further, sir, you have discussed about the importance of neural network and how the artificial neural network help to learn the machine, especially in pattern recognition task. Sir, you explained about the evolution of hardware, software, architecture, and AI concept. Uh, you also explained the machine learning approach and learning model with a very simple diagrams. Sir, you uh, further explain the pattern recognition, model of artificial neural network architecture, and deep learning, and many more topics.
So it is very nice lecture. So I'm very thankful to join us in this workshop, and I just because my AI journey start from you, because 20 year before I just start you taught me, so it is very
In
nice, sir.
MCA.
And once again, yeah, in MCA, in 2002.
Yes,
So it
2002.
is very nice, sir, to see you here. Thank you very
Okay.
much, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mano Pratap Singh, sir. It was very
Thank
nice
you very
and
much
great
for
lecture,
inviting
sir.
me.
And it was our pleasure to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much. Please share your PPT, sir, with us so that our participant can be benefited. Thank you, sir. So participant, please fill the attendance. And now the next resource person with us is Dr. Professor Amit Kumar Saxena from GG Bilaspur. I think sir has joined. Let me check. Please fill the attendance. I will send the feedback form at 3:30. Okay. Please fill the attendance, whatever I have sent you. Morning attendance form is disabled now because time is already over. For the evening, it is up to 4 p.m. Okay. Please mark your attendance as soon as possible before 4 p.m. for the evening session. Okay, I am sharing the attendance link again. I have already shared multiple times. Let me share the attendance link again. Now I have shared the attendance link. You just click on this, okay, and just fill your attendance. Saxena sir, I think he has joined or not.
Hello, Pawan sir, I am audible?
Yeah, you're quite audible, sir.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon to one and all. Today's resource person is Professor Amit Kumar Saxena from GGU Bilaspur, Central University. Now, I would like to call my colleague Dr. Sudesh Kumar to introduce Professor A.K. Saxena, sir. Dr. Sudesh.
Okay. So I am audible.
Yeah.
So first of all, thank you, Pawan sir, for giving me this opportunity to introduce today renowned Professor Amit Kumar Saxena, sir. First of all, welcome, sir, on this workshop, and I will introduce him. Amit Kumar Saxena, sir, is Professor of Department of Computer Science and Information Technology at GGU, a Central University, Bilaspur, at Chhattisgarh, and he has more than 30 years of teaching experience. It is in India as well as outside of India. He was awarded PhD in 1998 in computer science from India on artificial neural network as a major area of research. Before it, he is also done MSc in mathematics as well as Master of Computer Applications. He has been a member of IEEE USA and life member of Computer Society of India. He has served as a faculty member in Malaysia and Kuwait also. He has delivered talk and many invited talk or in several international conferences in India and abroad, including Spain and USA. He also visited National Chiao Tang University, NCTU, Taiwan as a researcher. Professor Saxena presented a paper in Singapore in an international conference. Professor Amit Saxena authored a book in C programming language, edited reputed international journals, conference proceeding, and published book chapters. He has also published papers in renowned journals, including IEEE, Springer's, Indersize, as well as in international conference proceedings. He has guided and got awarded 2 PhD scholars. He has been a reviewer of various conferences and journals. Presently, his area of research are computational intelligence, soft computing, evolutionary computing. His recent area of interest are big data and IoTs. So again, I welcome to you, sir. And now I hand over this session to Professor Amit Kumar Saxena.
Please start, sir. Amit, sir. Your screen is visible. You can start. Sir. Okay, participant, wait for some time. There is some technical issue at the end. Okay. Wait for some time. Please have patience. Sir is installing WebEx desktop app, so it will take some few minutes because the browser is not working properly and voice is not coming. Sir, click on the link below, given below the WebEx link at the bottom in a taskbar. Click, sir, click at where your PPT is, just at the bottom, sir. Click over there. Yeah, yes. In the left, start my video. Okay. Yes. Click over there, sir. Sir, enter your name and the email address. Just log in. Enter your name, sir, and the email address. Start your video, sir. Start your video. I think just click over there, sir. I think there's some issues at sir side. We have to wait some time.
मुझे सेटा देखली बे का कहतो से ह्यूमन देखली असला घेटिया बेकरिया लागो हां बनला ना
Hello. उससे आ रही है?
Your voice is coming, sir.
1 second, 1 second. Is it coming?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay,
Good.
then fine, that's good. So I'm not making any change to avoid the delay. Okay,
Okay,
so,
okay, sir. Please.
okay, so please go ahead.
Please go ahead, sir. Please, sir.
Can I start right away?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Everyone who is attending this lecture. Sorry for slight delay because of some technical glitch.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, Happy Republic Day to all who are today in India. So this is a great auspicious day for all of us. So we are all happy for today. Now, I think I have been introduced myself, Professor Amit Saxena. He is in Department of Computer Science and IT in Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur. And I'm going to take some classification and the algorithms. What is meant by classification? What are few very popular classification algorithms in the coming slides? And I will appreciate if there is any problem, then you can right away, you can you can raise or you can tell immediately, okay, without waiting for the end. So thank you, Dr. Pavan and the Indira Gandhi National Technology for giving me this opportunity. And this is a exchange of knowledge. So in fact, not just like teacher student, I will also be learning from you, and whatever I know, I will try to share my expertise and knowledge with all of you. Okay, so I move to the next slide. Okay, so first of all, let me see the meaning of classification. So as you can see on the screen, there are two types of groups. In one group, you can see only fruits, and in the another group, you can see only some pencil, pen, paper, stationery. So therefore, I have classified these items into two groups. Okay, so one is belonging to the group of fruits.
Attendance link किधर है?
Hello, is it coming? Voice is coming?
Yeah, attendance link, sir.
Attendance link. I think Dr. Pavan, please help. Where is the attendance link?
Sir, it is given. Okay. You please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So there are two categories of items, objects in this screen. On the left side, you can see fruits category where all the fruits are there: banana, apple, mango, grapes. On the other side, you have stationery where you can see different items related to our office work, our teaching, learning. So there are two items for that. Now, but general perception is that when you can place the items in the respective groups. Suppose you have two, like you see in the previous screen, there were items. So they were categorically divided into two groups, one belonging to fruits, the other belonging to the stationery. Similarly, in our life, in our daily daily use, we can classify the item, we can group the item into various groups or categories. So I take two cases specifically. One is which is related because we are all teachers or students, scholars. So the case one is sometime you see first case, a student is attending a particular class on C programming with all other students who are also attending this class. So not necessary that all the students belong to a particular class, but when you enter the class is attending all the class, the teacher is teaching C programming, and all the students, all the people who are inside that class, they are attending C program, irrespective of what is the class, what is the group of every student. Case 2 is that a classroom, in front of the classroom, the label is MCA 1 or BTech 1. So the BTech 1 student, when they want to enter their class, that they check at the entry of the class what is written there. They find BTech 1 or MCA 1 is written as a label inside the class, outside the class, and they start entering the class. Those who belong to MCA, they enter the MCA class. Those who belong to BTech, they enter the BTech class. So the label is given. So two places you have seen. One, the classroom without label on the front of the classroom, and the other one, a classroom with a label MCA1 or some other, so that the students do not have anything to check. They simply check the label and enter into the class. So accordingly, we have majorly two types of classification. One is unsupervised, the case 1, and the case 2 is supervised. Okay. In case of unsupervised, similarity decides the group. Who are in the group, only there is some similarity, that they are all studying, they are all attending the C class. They may be attending the economics class, they may be attending the history class. But irrespective of what individual student belong to, maybe BTech student is also attending this class, your C language class, the history student, or maybe computer science student, they are all attending the C class, male, female, they are all attending the C language class. In the light of the present NEP, National Education Policy in India, this will happen that for the BTech, for the undergraduate courses like we are running, so AEC or maybe skill enhancement courses or ability enhancement courses, it is very common that the student belonging to the other department, they are attending your class, whatever you are teaching. So this this breaks the limit of being earlier tradition that only computer science student can learn C programming. Now economics student can also learn the C programming. The other case, so the common is that the class which is going on is C language. Like this session is going on in supervised or unsupervised or classification. So anybody, you may be from BTech, you may be from PhD, you may be from any class. The other one, when the classification, in case of the case 2, the supervised classification, there is a label. Every time label is always provided, it is given. So that is called supervised classification. So these two are the very, very popular or very basic. And in fact, let me tell you, they are the backbone of data mining, soft computing, whatever techniques you are going to study for your, all the applications, they necessarily use these type of classification. Either they will use supervised or they will be unsupervised. So this is about the basic definition of. Now, what will be the role of a classifier? Okay, the classifier is one, maybe algorithm, maybe some device, maybe some model, which will take some unknown pattern. When you supply it to a classifier, it will categorize the unknown pattern into one of the objects which are known to you. Like when you enter, in case of supervised, when you want to enter a class, it is labeled MCA1. You are not able to see because it is, suppose it is fade or it is broken, the label is broken at the gate of the class. Then you will check. So the classifier at the in front of the gate will check about by your courses, by your fees, by your some other information. Then he will say, oh, there, this is MCA1 class. You enter into the class. So that is supervised. So that is a classifier. A classifier will decide in which class you belong to. In case of unsupervised, because there is no label, so when you enter into the class, then you check that you ask the neighboring student, who is sitting next to in the class already, is this C language class? Then he or she will say, yes, this is C language class. So you don't ask him whether you are a BTech student or you are a economics student. You will see this is C language class is going on, Saxena sir C class is going on. He will say, yes, Saxena sir C class. So all the students in the classroom are attending the Saxena sir C class. So that is unsupervised. So the classifier is doing this. So there are accordingly two types of classifiers. One used for supervised classification, the other used for unsupervised classification. Okay. Now there are few algorithms which are very popular and common. It is not possible to cover all the algorithms, all the models of class supervised or unsupervised classification, because it will, in fact, every classifier itself is a very no, I can say it is itself is a subject. So the whole subject may be decision tree, whole subject may be neural network, whole subject may be decision. This support vector machine. So they are very lengthy topics. So I'm not going into that much detail. Looking to the limit, and I have also to cover the unsupervised classification. So first we start with the supervised classification. First model that we are going to study, decision tree induction. So suppose one table is given, as you can see on the screen. There are certain features or parameters or the properties like ID of a person, age, whether he or she has a job, he has his own house, he has, what is his credit rating, what is his, so class means whether a person, like you can see person number 1, he is young in age, false, he has job, no, he has his own house, no, credit rating is fair, not very good, then you don't approve loan to him. So this exercise or this example is to decide whether a person who is applying for a loan in a bank or in a finance company, whether the finance company should approve the loan to him or her or not, depending upon the status of the person. So the case 1 or the person 1, when he comes, then he's given no, that you cannot be granted loan because the bank is suspicious whether he will be able to repay the whole payment or a whole loan that he has taken or not. So this decision, rather than taking manually, a decision tree induction is going to take this decision. Okay. For case 2 also no, sometimes it is yes, like case 3 it is young, true, false, good, yes. So there are, of course, this is a supervised kind of data set because you find the class at every time. This is very important. The last column of this example is a class. Class means label that whether this is your experience or this is your experiential data set that manually or computationally you have decided that for patient for for client 1 you are saying no, for client 2 you are saying no, for client 3 you are saying yes, he can be approved loan. So in this way you have already 15 examples which are we also call instances or also called patterns. So these 15 instances or 15 patterns are already given with their class level. So this is a kind of supervised classification. Now, what is the problem? You will say that example database is given. Then we will call this data set as the training data set because all the information along with the class, whether you are going to approve or not, it is given in the form of this table. Now, my question is, or suppose a new client comes or a new person comes, he has age as young, he has job, no, he has got his own house, no, what is his credit rating, good, then the decisions, our classifier or the person has to decide whether yes or no, whether he or she should be allowed, approved for loan, yes or no. So that is what the classifier is to decide. Okay. Now I repeat the question. The previous table used a data set with labels given so that you learn from it. Like when you study in a class, so you learn the simple mathematics with answers already given to you at the time of during your class, during your training period, you know the answers, key answers of every question. But when you appear in the exam, at that time, the same answer, same question, or maybe some other question is asked. At that time, no key or no clue is given to you. At that time, you have to write the You have to write the answer. Okay, at the time of examination, you have to write the answer. At that time, there is no clue given. Whatever you write, either it will be correct answer, it will be wrong answer. Particularly in a multiple choice question, there is no theoretical like you give 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5. You will be given either yes or no. Either he will pass or he will not pass. So the testing is to be done here. So a general classifier figure, you can see training data like the previous table, learning algorithm like suppose I choose that, okay, I will decide myself on the basis of my memory prepared from that data set. The third is model. Model I have created using the learning algorithm. Now test data is supplied. Okay, test data supplied. So whatever data I am asking, like the upper question, what will happen, approve or not approve, as you can see on the upper part of the screen. Okay, so that is there. Then accuracy, then I mean that suppose there are 10 questions or 10 such type of patterns are given to you, unknown patterns are given to you, which class are the class of which is not given. And for every pattern, you will tell yourself, you will predict that yes to him, yes to him, no to him, no to him, no to him. So like that, out of 10, suppose you choose that 9 out of 10, whichever you have given, they are found to be correct. They are found to be correct in the sense that they should be yes, and they should be yes or no, whatever you write, and you have also accordingly answered yes or no. Yes for yes, no for no. But one question is there, they expected yes, the actual answer expected yes, but you are writing no. So there is a mistake or there is a wrong prediction for one in the 10 pattern sets. So the error accuracy is 90%. That 90%, 9 out of 10, you are correct. So that 90% you are correct. Your classification is correct. And 1 out of 10, that is 10%, is incorrect. So that is what we have shown using this figure. Training data. Remember, this is supervised. Okay, this is supervisor. This is supervised classification because training data is given there. If there is training data, then use that knowledge of the training data to learn the rules, learn the guidelines from the training data, so that whenever at later stage some examination is there or some test is there and there's some unknown training data, I mean from the same, sometimes it happen in the examination, the same question which you have done at the time of training period during the class, the same question is asked, then you are very comfortable to answer the question, so you also know that it is correct. But sometimes some question which you usually call out of syllabus or out of course, and the student says, sir, this question was out of course, but I have tried myself, whether I don't know whether it is correct or not correct. It happens. No? So you will, so after the examiner checks it, he will say, yes, you have done correctly, nicely. So I give you full marks. Sometime, and in some occasions, examiners say, no, I was expecting this, but you have given wrong answer. You must have seen KBC. In KBC also it happens that after a suspense, the anchor says, yes, your answer C is correct. So that is called, so accordingly accuracy is calculated. You are a classifier, you may be a neural network classifier, you may be SVM classifier, you may be Bayesian classifier, you may be a decision tree classifier. So accordingly, your accuracy will be tested, that your classification is very good. So on some data sets, a neural can be very good. On some data sets, a support vector machine can be very good, or KNN can be good. It depends. The accuracy depends from classifier to classifier. But usually for simple data sets, or for, I mean, if there is some symmetry in the data set, or there is some structure in the data set, the accuracy more or less comes very close to each other, whichever classifier you apply. But in some cases, the classification gap, if the data set is very complex, or there are too many, I mean, you can say the interchemistry or structure, preservation structure of the data set is very complex, in that case, some classifier like a neural network is a very good non-linear classifier. Suppose supervised. In that case, neural can give better results than compared to some other maybe decision tree may not be able to give that good accuracy. It gives 80%. A neural network is given 95%, or KNN is given 98%. Okay, so that is there. So I mean that trust classification is done like that. Okay, you have to test. Without testing, you cannot judge the classification accuracy of a classifier. It can be 90%, it can be, but as you can see now that 100% is very difficult. 100% accuracy is very good, very difficult, because classifiers definitely, like we are human being, we definitely confuse sometime. At some time, we also misjudge a pattern, and sometimes it happens that it is an orange, and we keep in the basket of an apple. There are two baskets, apple basket and orange basket. I bought fruits from the market, and it is suppose night, or I'm not blindly, I'm picking one fruit and keeping in one of the two baskets. So sometimes, mostly I touch the apple and keep in the, without seeing it directly, I keep in the basket of the apple. But in some cases, I fail it because I misjudge it. So I classify wrongly, and I keep apple in the basket of the orange. So what happens that the classification accuracy reduces by 1. So that is the classification of for in case of supervised, and this is looking to the table. If we select for the decision tree, for the decision tree example that I have given in the form of a table, we can draw two tree. One by taking the age, one by taking the other parameter, which is do you own house. So we draw the tree on the basis of the examples which we have been given in the form of a table, this table. So we try to develop a decision tree like this, and because own house is very distinctive in nature. I mean, it is very straightforward, using only 2 leaves, true, false, and it has more number of, I mean, instances, like 6 instances this has got. It has got only 3 instances, and it has got 6. So BT is more distinctive in nature. What I mean to say, that using the decision tree, actually what happens, this is the algorithm which is always available anywhere you can see. So this is practically you have to apply. The thing with the decision tree, that how we find the class of a unknown pattern, that we use the tree like this, and age, then we go to the next level, and then we go to the next level, and we will go on. Suppose the question is like here, the question is age, young. So we start at the top. Top is age is young. Then what about a job? Job is false. Then next we move to the own house. Own house is also false. Then next question is credit rating. Credit rating is good. So on the basis of these, which one key on this screen, we will move down to down, top to down. We will go and we will see that what decision was taken here in case of similar kind of data. Then we will judge yes, yes. So the answer of this was no. Sorry, the answer of this was no, because in other cases we have taken a decision. We have taken a decision that don't approve the loan to a person who is young in age, false, job, does not have a job, he does not have a house, his credit rating is, even it is good, is still, as you can see, good, but no. As you can see, credit rating is good. It is not necessary that you have credit rating good. the credit rating may be good, but still he was not approved loan because of the other parameters like age or like the job was false. So these three were very important factors which decide the decision to take yes or no. Okay, so this one the popular because decision tree itself is a very huge, very big topic. So I'm not going into that detail. So decision tree, popular decision trees are C4.5, ID3, CRT classification regression tree. Actually, those who have used MATLAB, hmm, those who have the who are using MATLAB or though maybe using Python or so many maybe this year Veka. So many tools are there, and these days I have found that the young students or the young generation, the teachers, they are using those tools very successfully and very frequently to find out the accuracy of the algorithm. Towards the end of the lecture, I will definitely tell some of the research problems which are very important. Before that, let us go to a very basic preliminary of these trees. So first decision tree, some popular decision trees are there. You can use any language, any code to use these trees. Okay. Now we come to the neural networks. The other very, very popular and very strong supervised learning algorithm. Till this point, I look forward if there is any question in the mind of any one from the audience, please ask. Then we move to neural network.
Participants, if you have any query, you can ask to sir.
Are they able to hear properly, all the participants?
You can unmute yourself and ask if you have any query. Sir, able to hear. Okay.
No, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, actually, as we know, there are various algorithms for the classification problem. But is there any particular method or a particular pattern to choose algorithm for these problems? Actually, I was reading and I didn't find any particular method for the classification problems to choose a particular algorithm to choose a classification problem. So my question is that, is there any method or we have to choose these algorithms randomly?
I think you are Barka?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good question, Barka. Actually, this is a very common question. Even we, whenever we pick up some problem, because problem is important. So what happens that we go on, that is the research. What we do, we take, suppose first classifier, maybe neural network based classifier. Next, we take KNN classifier. KNN is taken 100%, almost 100% KNN classifier will always be taken, but it's just like very, ready to take. So we take 4 or 5 classifier for every research problem and try to see which classifier is performing or giving the best accuracy. So there is as such, there is no, standard algorithm which will give every time good classification accuracy. That is my, I also realize this, that there is no standard algorithm, but mostly we start with KNN. K nearest neighbor, we start with KNN because it is very simple and very easy to apply. And it gives good accuracy also in 9 out of the 10 cases. It gives very good accuracy, but it may not be the best. Not be the best. Suppose liver database, maybe the wine data set, maybe the glass data set. Now glass data set is a very complex data set. No algorithm, no classifier I have ever found it is giving more than 54 or 55% of accuracy. Liver data set, it is giving 78 to 79%. wine data set, it may be giving 98, 99, and every algorithm, every classifier is giving that much good. Okay, vehicle data set is also supposed to be very, I mean, complex and very difficult. So it gives 51 or 52% of accuracy. Microarray is one of the most difficult. It has 7,129 features and only 72 instances. But it requires only 10 to 12 features only to decide the accuracy, and the accuracy is sometimes more than 90%. So let me tell everyone that please don't fix an algorithm for a particular data set, because for every data set you must take at least 2 to 3 classifier and prepare an ensemble, which we will take in this session, ensemble of those classifier, and find out which one is the best. There is a very common algorithm in the technology in computer science which is called no free lunch. No free lunch algorithm, you must remember it, because at the time of your next interview or maybe some other place, no free lunch algorithm means that all the algorithms of the world, this Tara, who used the this is a science researcher, or I mean mathematician, this Tara. So he gave this algorithm that no algorithm will perform well for all cases. So you have to go on changing the algorithm, the classifier, database to database, but always take at least 3 to 4 classifier, because one classifier you do not know, the other classifier may give better accuracy. When you are comparing with the literature published in the literature or some other paper, because in research you will always have to compare, then you will see that whatever classifier he has taken or the other researcher has taken, you can take the same, and you can also propose your classifier to get better accuracy, or maybe to in some respect, maybe time, maybe space, maybe a number of patterns correctly calculated. So that is what I will suggest.
Okay, I think Barkha, you got your answer.
Yes, sir. Definitely. Thank
Okay,
you, sir.
okay, sir. Please go ahead, because we have the
Okay.
time limitations.
Okay, so now I move to artificial neural network. You can see the figure. The first one, the upper one, is the biological neuron, which reflects our brain's neuron situation, how it works, and based on that, the mathematical formulation, or you can say now computer simulation of the same biological neuron is given on the below, which we call artificial neural network. Artificial neuron, this is one of the neural network. One neuron works like this. There are inputs which every input with some weight is supplied to the processing unit, and which after transfer function or after activation function produces some output. So this is very simple to understand. That before the start of today's lecture, unfortunately some video is not working. My video is not working. Otherwise, when you see me, at least you have heard my voice. Next time when you hear my voice, or you might attend my lecture again in some other place, then you will immediately recall that yes, this is the voice of Professor Saxena, which I heard or attended that day. So that is what your brain is doing. That first time when the inputs are incident on your brain or your neuron, then they perceive, they process your information, your voice and everything, whatever you supply, and then try to memorize it and produce an output. Next time the input is not unknown to you, because you have already heard his voice or seen his face. The next time you will be able to remember that this is the voice of Professor Saxena. So this way, now
Dear sir, please increase the size of your slide if it is possible, because it is only 66%. Either start slideshow or you just increase the size, sir. It is too much. Put it at 100%, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, 100%. So, thank you. Please remind me if something is going wrong because the student participants are should see it very properly. So in the second case, in the case of artificial neural network, neuron processing element consists of these parameters. The sum of the products of all these three inputs multiplied by the connecting weight. Weight actually, what is weight? Weight is actually the intensity with which we learn. Intensity with which we apply to every information. So it varies information to it. For some person, our information is different. For some other person, our information is different. So that's why the weightage is given. Some easy question like when I ask you, what is the capital of India? Then immediately you don't have to apply too much weightage for this information. Immediately you answer Delhi. New Delhi is the capital of India. But when I ask you some other question, what is the capital of Israel? What is the capital of some new place which you don't know? Where is Seattle? Yeah. So immediately you will not be able to answer because you have never come across with such kind of question, and you will have to apply more weightage to learn that information, learn that question. The activation function, which is usually a sigmoid function, the figure you can see, the S kind of figure. So the sigmoid function is used mostly as an activation function because it is highly nonlinear and very smooth function. That's why it is used for the activation in neural network. This is a neural network more specifically, more elaborately. Inputs are given, weights. This is a fully connected feed-forward network where all the inputs are connected to all the neurons. This is, you can say, this is the neuron. So activation function is applied to every neuron like this one. It is not necessary that same activation function like if I take sigmoid, it is applied to all the neurons. Theoretically, it may be different, but practically it is same. Every time we use sigmoid blindly for every time or every kind of the neural network. Okay, so they produce the sum passed through activation function, and we get an output. This is another inputs are given, hidden layers, output layers. So whatever is in between the input and output layer of neuron, like this figure is 3, 3, 4, 2. 3 inputs, 4 hidden layers neurons. So there are 2 layers. One is the hidden layer which has 4 neurons. The other is the output layer which has got 2 neurons. So this is the taxonomy of a neural network neuron. This is how the neural so a neural network is characterized by these parameters: number of layers, number of neurons, choice of activation function, local minima, or maybe these are some challenges also with the neural network, that it is very it is very a tricky question how many layers we should take, how many number of neurons in each layer we should choose, what should be the activation function. These are some heuristics, or these are some parameters which everybody has to decide before the applying of a neural network. And local minima is another problem, that you feel that after a long training of neural network, you are learning something again and again, but at some time you feel you are satisfied. You are satisfied that, okay, I can get 80% mark. I have tried 4 times and still I am not going more than 80% training. It means that I cannot learn more than 80%. But sometimes it happens that if you keep on trying, after 100 trials, you may get 90% of marks. So that is the case of local minima, that you feel complacent yourself at some stage, that it is the best thing that I can do. But still, if you try more, you may be able to better than the best. So that is that problem is there in neural network, because after you get a steady state level where the where the the curve of learning is not coming up or up, then you say that the training is over and I cannot get. Overfitting means that you are training a neural network so much that when you try to learn new thing, then it is not able to accept, because it is the neurons have been so much overburdened, so much overweighted with the parameters that you have given again and again 100 times, when you learn a thing for 100 times, 10,000 times, then what will happen? That when you are given some new thing to learn, then you may not be able to learn it as correctly as you did in earlier cases. Like at this age, maybe at the age of 10 years, you learned many things, history, science, social science. At the age of maybe 16 years, your memory was very good because the neurons were learning. But now at the age of 40 or at the age of 50, your neurons have been so much used and so much collected information that washing out is not possible. Only thing is that updation of the information is used. So overfitting means that you are learning so much, training so much that new weights are very difficult to adapt. Pruning means that sometimes it is necessary that a pruning means that a weight sometimes, like in your kitchen garden, like in your garden, when you have rose flowers or you have, so some gardener comes, so you maintain your garden yourself, then sometimes it becomes very necessary that for their growth of the flowers, for the growth of the flowers, the some branches have to be cut, so that when they are cut, then the flowers you get more and more flowers, more and more good leaves on those branches. Otherwise, if you don't cut them, don't prune them, then what will happen? The growth may stop at some time, and you may not be able to get fresh leaves or fresh flowers. Now I come to the most popular, which I like very much, and I think most of you may be liking most of all very much. K nearest neighbor. K nearest neighbor is, I think it needs no introduction, because everybody who enters the area of research, he or she immediately starts working on your supervisor. His supervisor will immediately say that, first of all, do the K nearest K and N for your learning for classification algorithm. It is very simple. A training data set is given. Okay. Oh, sorry. Uh, okay. So what I say, there is a training data, like in case of your loan application, that data set which have been, there is always a training data set and a test data set. On the basis of training data set or test data set, what you do, you take the, it is very interesting also. Like I gave example in my class that whenever 5 students are sitting, they make a group. Sometime when you see, you also must have experienced this, that that the friends are that a student with his friends will be seen always in the company of those his friend or her friends. So 5 students, they are very good friends, so they will be seen together. 2 students will be seen together, 7 students will be seen together, because they are very good friends. So when any instance comes from any of those 5 groups, 5 friends group, then you will say that because 4 students are very studious, very good in study, so the 5th student, which you don't know whether, suppose he is found sometime guilty of, you have some charge against the student, you will say no, they are very good students. I always found him in the company of good students. It means that he must also be good. So you guess on the basis of the company. So K is nothing but the company of how many people you have your closest. Okay. So a person is known by his company. That is a very popular English proverb. A person is known by his company. So with whom you stay, the same concept is applied here, that if you are close to the objects which are apple, which are mangoes, which are fruits, and you are sitting very close to them, then anybody, and even if there is no tag on you, no label is given, and I miss the tag, then I will say, what are you? Then I will see that because you are sitting inside a basket which are full of apples, then your label should also be apple, or your label should also be mango, because you are sitting with mangoes. So that is a very easy to conceptualize, but practically it may happen. It is also not 100% error free, because it may happen sometime a good student may be sitting, or may does not have a space to sit anywhere in the classroom. So suppose by incidentally he sits in the group of those students which are not supposed to be good in the classroom, in the knowledge, in the experience of the teachers. Then he will say, "Arey, you were sitting," and he's caught to do some wrong thing. Then people will say, because you are sitting in the company of bad people or not good people, so you are also not a good fellow. So K nearest neighbor uses nearest neighbor. So nearest means the first neighbor. When K is 2, it will be the second nearest. Third means 3 nearest. 4 means 4 nearest. 5 means, when K is 5, it means 5 nearest neighbors. So you find the Euclidean distance of the test pattern, the pattern whose class you are going to decide. You start finding the Euclidean distance, okay, from the test pattern, or the pattern with which you do not know the class of all 5, and check the class of those 5 nearest neighbor. Then when the class you find that they are all apples, then you blindly say that this should also be apple. But sometimes it may happen that it may be a mango, because the class was wrongly by mistake it has come in the group of the apples. So this may happen, because as I said that at night when I picking the apples and putting into the basket, picking the mangoes and putting in the basket, then sometime by mistake I also can keep an apple into the basket of the mangoes. So it may be miscalculated or misplaced, and then the classification will also go wrong by 1. So that is what I wanted to say. So KNN is very wonderful, I mean very popular, and everybody should learn KNN at least. The in KNN, if there is any question, please let me know. Any question in KNN? No. So okay, now we move to bagging. Bagging was given Bryman, and actually it is bootstrap aggregating. Actually, bagging does not mean you are asking for something. That is actually bag. Bag means bag which you keep your books, stationery, your objects into a bag. So it is actually basically the bagging means comes from that term bag. You are bagging. You are trying to keep the items together. So in bagging, what you do, you form the random samples from the training data is there. So suppose you form 9, 10 sample groups of samples. Randomly you pick up 9 samples or 10 samples from and every sample you apply a classifier. Okay. So one set of samples, second set of samples, third set of sampling, fourth set of sampling is like that. You have 10 sets of subset of samples from the training data, and find out the class or apply a classifier to every sample, and then decide the class based on their sample using KNN or any algorithm. Then you combine all the classes that what 10 samples are telling about. So first classifier, I mean for the first sample data sets, second classifier for the second sample data set. So like out of 10, 8 classifiers are telling that this is an apple, or giving a particular label, okay, are giving a particular label for the test data. Then you will say the majority will prevail, because 8 out of 10 samples classifiers are telling that this is apple, so you also decide that this should be apple. So that is actually bagging. It is a majority of voting in the most of the musical concerts in the TV reality shows. What you say that at a certain point, when they eliminate all the participant, then on finally 3 participants are left, which you call the finalist. So grand finale. In the grand finale, what we do, because each of the 3 participants, they are very good in singing, but somebody has a different voice, somebody has a different voice, the third one has a different voice. You cannot judge. Even the judge failed to decide that which one to give, because one judge say that A, second judge say B, third judge say C should be given the first prize. But it is very difficult. In fact, it is not fair also. So what they do, they start voting line. So people vote for them. That out of the 3 3 finalists, they vote. Then whosoever out of the 3 gets the highest number of votes, he or she wins the grand finale. So that's how the same majority of voting is applied here. And this is called ensembles of classifier, because you combine all the classifiers and find the majority of the class given by each of the classifier and decide accordingly. Okay. Then we have boosting also. In boosting, actually we use adaptive boosting. It was given by Fluid and Sapphire. It is a very popular algorithm, and ready-made programs are, I think, everywhere in every software. I think whatever software it is available, when you type AdaBoost in Google, you will find many applications, many ready-made programs are there. In boosting also, slight difference is there. Actually, boosting means, like we are talking these days about the booster dose. Booster dose because our 2 doses, they are already, if they are 9 months, they have already cleared. Then there is need to boost the immunity of our body for the COVID-19 disease. So we will go for boosting in many countries like Pfizer and other USA. Other companies, they have started giving booster immediately after 3 months of the second dose. Here we are taking 9 months. So booster means that we will try to boost up the immunity of the body so that it is again ready as fresh to fight against the COVID-19 disease. Now, there is also a training period. In the training, at the time of training, a slight modification or a slight difference is there with the bagging. Here you select a group of classifiers, okay, and you start training them. As soon as some incorrect data or incorrect pattern is classified, what you do next time, you increase the weight. First of all, what you do, you give uniform weight. Usually it is 1, 1, 1. So suppose you have 10 patterns in the data set. So you apply pattern 1, weight 1, pattern 2, weight 2, pattern 3, weight 3. So you apply weight 1 to every pattern. In the second round, when you check there is a problem, the testing of pattern 3 is giving wrong result. It means the weightage should be changed. So you gave as a booster second pattern as weight 2 now this time, and again run the same algorithm. Whatever maybe KNN, whatsoever decision tree, any algorithm apply. Again, you check what is the accuracy of the sample set this time. If you get some improvement, you change it, you keep ahead. If you get some wrong pattern, again you change the weight for the particular pattern and then go again. So unless you get majority of the accuracy, maybe 100% accuracy, 90% of the accuracy, you continue changing the weight corresponding to a pattern. So this way the boosting will be done. Testing is done like the same way. Now, let me tell you about the prediction accuracy. I have already told the number of patterns which have correctly classified divided by the total number of patterns. Suppose you have 100 test patterns, like in iris data, there are 150 patterns. So usually you can take 100 patterns for the training and 50 patterns for the testing. So out of the 50 patterns, suppose 40 patterns you have correctly classified. So it means that 80% correct is your accuracy. So this is how we test the count the prediction accuracy. confusion matrix is also one very important, topic in particularly in unsupervised classification, where it is sometimes like there were 165 patterns, as you can see on the screen. 50 plus 10, 65, 165 patterns were there. For actual no means that there were actually 60 patterns for a two-class problem. Yes or no, there are two classes, yes or no. For a two-class problem, there were actually 60 patterns which which had to be given no. But what you did, you misclassified them. You give 50 out of 60 patterns correctly, and 10 you have given yes, which is wrong. Similarly, for yes, you had to give, there are totally, you have given yes to 105, whereas so actual yes you have given 105, but you have predicted no in 5 out of 105, you have given 5, so it means that 5 you have wrongly. So this is how confusion matrix, this is why it is called confusion matrix, because there are yes and no both you have predicted, but it is always there, because definitely there will be some misclassification. So you were expecting, I was expecting no from you, but you gave only 15 no and 10 yes. You should have given me 60 no, and here you should have given me 105 no, yes, sorry, but you have given only 100. So 5 misclassification here, 10 misclassification is there. The good thing, or the the practice is that you take the diagonal values, which are usually diagonally values give the best value. So 50 here and 100 here. So it means 150 are correctly classified and 15 are wrongly classified. Diagonal values, left to right. And this is ROC curve. Receive operating character. This is also a very popular term in unsupervised classification, that in ROC curve you draw using the false positive rate as well as the true positive. The formula is, this is false positive. The previous screen you have seen 5, and false positive and true negative, true positive and false negative. So this is a formula, I think it is always there, so you don't have to calculate it. Other supervised algorithms are information gain. Actually, in case of decision tree, if you remember that I had taken that one time I have taken own house and one time I have taken age. The two parameters I had used as a root node tree. But it is who will decide which should be the root node tree, because it is not given. You have to, so that by chance, suppose you take the root node as some particular parameter and you say that yes, this the result has come. That is fortunate, but technically or scientifically, logically, how to decide which feature you should take for this deciding the top or root node. So for that purpose, information gain is a very best which uses entropy. So information gain is a very good technique to decide the strength or the importance weightage of a particular parameter. So in that table, if you remember, there suppose are 6 parameters are there. So out of 6 parameters, 6 features, which features should be used as a root node? So you calculate the information gain of every feature, 1, 2, 3, own house, age, and credit rating, and has job. So suppose there are 5 of 6 features. Out of 6 features, calculate the information gain using the entropy for every feature, and whichever feature gets the highest information gain, you choose that feature as the parameter or as the root node. So that will give you a better, decision tree. Better decision tree means very concise and very accurate decision tree. Support vector machine uses the support vectors. I mean the margins between the nearest neighbors. That margin has to be increased. So Wapnick distance is used. The polynomial neural network. In case of polynomial neural network, this I have worked on this. I have a good paper also on polynomial neural network, but looking to the time problem, I am not actually prepared that looking to the limitation of the time. But neural networks can be branched into several further branches, and information is calculated by taking the two branch together and find out the accuracy. Then now we move to the unsupervised learning. Unsupervised learning is, you can say, or I can say, or we can say that it may be a difficult task because there is no label given at any stage of the training, or in fact there is no question of training because there is no label given. Unless a label is given, we cannot learn ourselves. So this is a very, difficult situation because we don't have any clue, any label, any class associated with every group of patterns or every group of objects. Now we will say that how it is possible, how we will do it. So we will do it that we go into a cluster and see how many groups. We go inside a cluster or inside a group and will see that how the items or objects are placed. Okay, so I will find, suppose I want to divide them into two groups. This is my choice. Suppose I decide to divide the class student into two groups. One group who are, I simply ask those students who are science background students and those students who are non-science student, history, humanities students. So I simply divide the class into two categories. This is my choice. I don't know their class. Otherwise, I will be, it will take a lot of time that you are MCA, you are BA, you are BCom, you are MA, you are BLLB. So it will take a lot of time and lot of, text will be required. So what I simply take, I simply divide them into two groups. That those who are from science background and those who are not from the science background, they will be sitting in different classes or different groups. So what is the advantage? That I know science teachers, I will apply, I will engage my science teacher to the groups who are from the science background, and I will apply my humanities teachers to the groups of students who are belonging to humanities groups. So they will be comfortable to study. So that is what I'm trying to do with the two groups. Even if I want to divide the class into three groups means those who have age less than 20 years, those who have age between 20 to 35 years, and the third group age who have 35 and more. So three groups I form. It is up to me. I suppose I take three groups. I take two groups. Now we used to say whatever resources we have, we should use accordingly. So suppose we have sometime we have only two boxes and we want to shift from one house to other house. We have a new shifting of our house, new house we are going to shift, and we have only two boxes. So what we will do, in one box we will take all the items, clothes, all the documents and everything which is I feel, so they will be in box one. In box two, because I have only two boxes with me, in the second box I will keep food items, maybe some very other gold, or maybe cash money. So these items I will keep in box two. So at least there is some similarity in box one items within the items of the box one and within the items of box 2. So that similarity is there. So that will form a basis for an item to be placed either in box 1 or box 2. If suppose when I am about to leave the house, my son somebody comes and say, "Arey, you have forgotten, ye to bhul gaya." So then what you will do? The cloth was lying on the bed and I forgot to keep that cloth. Then I will pick that cloth, my shirt, and put in the box number 2 because, or box number 1, which box is having the clothes. So I will keep that cloth into the box number 1 because all the items related to clothes are kept in the box number 1. So that is how similarity will prevail, because there is no tag. On box 1 we cannot write any tag because there is miscellaneous items are there, heterogeneous. In box 2 also miscellaneous items are there, so I cannot name it, oh, box number 1 means this is a box for clothes only, because there are clothes, there are documents, there are many other things. So this is called clustering. Okay, classification without a class level. So that is why it is unsupervised classification. And classified unsupervised is usually called clustering. And clusters means a group of objects which have similarity, maximum similarity, intrasimilarity, and intersimilarity between the cluster is high, and intrasimilarity or intra-distance between the objects of the cluster is minimum. So that is also a kind of optimization problem. Minimize the intra-distance, maximize the inter-distance among the clusters. So if you have 3 clusters, then item in cluster 1 will be very, very far, I mean very, very distant from the item in cluster 2 or cluster 3, because they don't have any similarity, almost no similarity. In one, it is only mangoes. In cluster 2, it is only apple. So they have a very drastically change. So if you keep deliberately, then it will be a misclassification or misclustering. The algorithms in clustering can be divided into 3: density-based clustering. In this kind of clustering, DB scan is very commonly density-based spatial clustering. What happens that suppose you have a very big group of objects and many objects are sitting, many objects are very close to each other. Some objects are spares, maybe one is here, the other is there, but suppose there are 100 objects, then 35 objects are very close to each other, then you form a cluster of those 35 objects. The 15 are also close to each other, very close, then you form a cluster of objects of 2. Likewise, you form third cluster also. Now you cannot form a cluster for every item, because some items may be spares, may be very distinct, or they may not be mixing with all others. Then, but you have to group into one of the clusters. So what you will do, you will anyhow try to place they are called noise. They are called noise outliers. You will have to place all those objects with one of some of the clusters if you have a limitation of clusters. Okay, so this is called DB scan. Density, I mean how close the objects are with each other, that will decide their place in the respective clusters. The second is hierarchical clustering. There are two very basic or very important kind of hierarchical clustering methods. 3 methods. One is agglomerative. In agglomerative, you start with the first. Okay. So in agglomerative, you start with first point, treat it as a cluster, then you join other points. If it can be placed with the first cluster, then you bring it into the cluster number 1. Otherwise you make the second cluster and treat it as the second cluster. You go on increasing the size of the cluster by placing the items which are very close to in one of the clusters, otherwise form a new cluster. So this is called agglomerative. The second is divisive. Divisive, you go on dividing the clusters from top to bottom. I mean, you take a very big cluster, you treat all items, all the objects into one cluster, treat it as a one cluster only. Then you decide, okay, this item from this cluster does not match with the other items. You remove this item from and keep it into the other cluster. So like this, you can segregate. I mean, you can divide the whole cluster into small other clusters, such that the items in each cluster, they resemble or they match with the other item in that particular cluster. Okay. Third is partitioning, and this is the most popular kind of clustering. K-means clustering. Everybody like KNN is most popular in supervised. K-means is most popular in clustering, unsupervised. The beauty is that it is very simple to apply, but some challenges are there. Immediately you can apply K-means clustering without thinking much. and KNN you can apply without thinking much. The beauty of this is that it is very simpler, and despite it is very simple, it is very good also. Efficient also. But some challenges like how many K we should have, because we do not know beforehand how many clusters we should form. It is very common. Suppose you have gone into a forest, you do not know how many types of trees or how many types of fruits you will get. So how many bags or how many boxes you will carry to the forest? Because you do not know. Unknown place you are going, there may be 100 types of fruit, there may be 5 types of fruit. So if you take 100 box, then it also only 5 types of fruits are there, then it 95 will be blank. So that is a very challenge for deciding the number of K, how many clusters you should have. Second is the noise. Noise means there are some points, as I said in the beginning, some points may be lying outside the cluster. And the third thing is initial centroids. In K means clustering, you have to take random centroids initially. And random centroid means you take the center of every cluster random. Now, if you have chosen a wrong centroid, then what may happen that it will attract all the objects close to itself, but later on the centroid itself proves to be wrong, or maybe it is the first centroid and second centroid, they are very other cluster, they are very close to each other. Then what will happen? At some stage, the first centroid itself will shift to the second cluster, then it will be nothing. So that's why the choice of centroid is another challenge. Some of the other performance metrics, actually in supervised case, there was no need of choosing the metrics because you knew you were knowing the class labels. But in unsupervised, you do not have the class label or the class or the name or labels attached with every pattern. In this case, what clue you have? So the clue were like in K-means clustering, you do not have any clue, but you simply take the centroids randomly initially. In this case, some other performance matrices. So I have written not matrix. It means that the spelling of matrix is METRICS. What parameters you will take? The purpose is for some time my students they write matrix. So actually even some more people I used to see writing matrix, but that matrix is not there. It is matrix parameter. So one parameter to decide the strength of every feature in a unsupervised data set may be correlation coefficient. You simply find out, suppose there are 10 columns in a data set. In a data set, suppose there are 10 columns and no class, in fact, there are 10 columns and features are there. So pattern number 1 and pattern number 2, feature number 1, feature number 2, you find out the correlation. If they are very, they have a correlation more than 0.9, it means they are very highly correlated. So no need to carry the second one of you carry with only one of the two columns. So no need to carry and make the burden on the efficiency or calculation point of view. So correlation coefficient is one good measure, good performance metric. The other is cosine similarity, where you find the cosine between the two vectors. Like the correlation, you find out the cosine similarity between the two columns, two features. So you do for all the features like that. This is also a matrix method, extended Jaccard. That formula I have not given it mathematical, so I deliberately dropped it. Laplacian score is another very important. So Neogi paper is there, 2005 it was published, very popular paper I use for my research work also. So Laplacian score for every feature will decide that how much valuable, and Fisher score is actually nothing but the inverse of the 1 upon Laplacian score. So that way actually we calculate the strength of every feature in case of unsupervised. And some clue we can find out that if suppose Laplacian score is very high, then we will say that this particular feature is very strong and we should preserve this feature. One more very important technique, which is PCA, principal component analysis, that which I prepared this lecture from yesterday night only, because I usually don't use my old lectures. I used to prepare and whatever the decoration may be lacking, but I used to prepare every time whenever because I get new idea, new examples. So PCA, principal component analysis, is also another unsupervised method of classification. There we calculate the principal components. So first component, second. Actually, the purpose is to find out the which feature is impeccable, which feature is inevitable. You have to take indispensable. You cannot dispense or you cannot ignore that feature. That has to be taken. Like it is opposite of correlation. In case of two parameters, two features are very correlated to each other, you can drop one feature. But here, in case of Laplacian, in case of PCA, it is very. In case of PCA, it is very, very important to find out the variance. First principal component, second principal component. So there may be only 3 principal components that may represent the 10 features. So this will reduce the size of the feature set. And before we conclude some research problems, I wish to tell that feature selection is my area of interest these days. Under supervised or unsupervised data set, I have few publications also in these feature selection, dimensionality reduction. Classification and prediction are also very hot areas, whether you use deep learning, whether you use image vision. These are very, very important topics. Object identification, you have to identify the objects like very simple deep learning. You must be doing using Python, or some new students, maybe new generation researchers or students may be using Python for object identification and detection. Some more areas which we are using. Soft computing, I think no need, because these machine learning, soft computing, they are going hand to hand. And one name, Professor Lafti L.A. Jade. So he is also father of soft computing and fuzzy logic. So I do not go. Evolution computing is also very, very prominent area. And in fact, when you do research, you cannot drop it. You have to use evolutionary computing. In evolutionary computing, then genetic algorithm is a very powerful evolutionary computing technique. This is how the genetic algorithm works. And this is an optimization problem. And then swarm intelligence also, like PSO, particle swarm optimization, that also you can apply for optimization. Like neural network training also can be done using these genetic algorithm. So now we come to the question part. If I am not going late, so please ask your questions. That will be a better discussion.
Okay, dear participants, you may ask question if you have any query to Professor A.K. Saxena, sir.
Sir, Smith here. Sir, my question is that in the supervised classification,
Sumit, your
we
voice
have
is
the
breaking.
bagging.
Sumit, your voice is breaking.
Please, I am not able to hear properly.
Okay, sir, my voice is clear?
A little bit better. Please ask, please start. If I can understand, then I will answer.
Okay. My question is that, so in bagging techniques, we have a voice. How can we assume that this voice is matched with that?
Sumit ji, not able to hear. Your voice is broken completely.
सुमित आपकी वॉइस सही नहीं आ रही है. Okay, you can
इससे आप
write the
पूछ
message in
लीजिए.
chat box.
Chat box, or you speak. If you speak Hindi, then you can speak.
Hello.
I will not bore all of you. Please ask question. Yes.
Yes,
Hi,
sir.
sir. Ayush here.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, Ayush ji. Yes, please.
Sir, actually, I'm practicing machine learning, and the common problem is overfitting. So, any methods, sir, to avoid this?
You can use, some of the optimization technique like evolutionary computing, genetic. I used to do an genetic algorithm. See, use weak learners. Because there was shortage of time. When you apply weak learners means that you don't train too much. These days, what people are doing is the student generation. I don't know about maybe you may also be young guy. What the young people are doing, that they are learning very little of many things. They are not learning too much, so they are not burdening their weights of the neuro. I mean their weightage, so that you have scope to learn new things. Even I sometimes I don't want to go to the new area for learning. I don't want to learn Python. I know MATLAB very well, but I don't go into Python because MATLAB is so much I have done that I suspect if I learn Python, then I will forget this MATLAB. So it is better to apply the weak learners for ensembling of classifiers. So suppose you are using neural network, then or any classifier, then you apply weak learners. WEAK means poor learners you apply, so that they give only 50% accuracy. Okay, don't try 90% accuracy. You take only 50% accuracy of 10 learners, 10 classifiers, and so that you apply or very little amount of weights from these classifiers. So that is the basic, that is the recommended solution. Apply the weak learners, and then the problem of overfitting can be reduced. That is what I meant to say. Unless you get to a very good accuracy, then go on applying the weak learners and use the ensembles. So sometime you will get some classifier out of the 10. Suppose you take 10 classifier in the ensemble or 5 classifier in the ensemble. Then some of the classifiers start giving very good answers even with the small training. Like you take 10%, 20% training data. Don't take 80% data for all the cases. You take only 20% data. So the learning burden will be less. So your weights will be required very less. Okay. Any other question?
Any more queries?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. So this is Ruby, and I need to ask that if the decision tree that is applicable in the microbiology research.
Sure. Why not? Why not? Because the idea is the same, that you have to form a decision tree. Okay, so you have to travel the decision tree from top to the bottom with your query. This is just like carrying your question in your hand. You start with the top and go on to the bottom. So somewhere you will definitely get the answer relate very similar, which was already solved in that tree. Okay, so if I want to search a fruit, mango, or an guava, or a guava on a guava tree, so you start from the top, and as soon as you get a guava, you start traversing the tree in any direction randomly, and as soon as you get a guava, you stop there. So this same thing can happen there. You start with a query, traverse the T, starting with the no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, then definitely your query will be answered at some stage of the tree. So that if you don't get answer, then guessing still will be there. You try with the other side of the tree. So in microbiology also you can apply the same approach.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ruby. Or any more queries? Somebody have? Because time is already over, so we have to end the session. Now, I would like to call Dr. Sudesh. Dr. Sudesh, are you there?
Hello. Yes, sir. I am here.
Please propose vote of thanks to Professor.
Before I conclude, let me say one sentence, that all the participants, they are most welcome. If they have any query, research problem, I will be excited to join some research proposal, some research problem with any one of you, because it is a vast area classification. So anybody who is interested, please, you can contact Dr. Pavan for my contact details. and you are always welcome to discuss because time is limited here, so I cannot go beyond the time. But there are many very interesting and very exciting things you will like. So I wish all of you a very good and innovative time ahead. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, Dr. Sudesh, please propose a vote of thanks.
Okay. So I, on the behalf of Department of Computer Science and organizing committee of this workshop, extend a very heartily vote of thanks to respected Professor A.K. Saxena sir for sharing this knowledge on topic classification of machine learning. So in this lecture, sir, you have explained about the in-depth idea about the supervised and unsupervised classification with very simple and suitable examples. And you also tell about the basics of the artificial intelligence and also related to the clustering and its types. Sir, this session is very interactive session. So definitely our participants are benefited by this, sir. So once again, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sudesh. Thank you, Saxena sir, for giving your valuable
Thank you,
time
sir.
to
Thank
us.
you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I'm not able to see the video, but sorry for that. Some technical problem is, I will try to sort it out later.
No issue, sir.
Thank you very much.
It was a very great, great session,
Thank
sir.
you, everybody. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please share your PPT, sir. Just
Okay.
email to me.
Okay, okay. I will.
Okay, and I will send you email, sir. Please fill the honorarium,
Okay.
sir. So,
Okay, okay. Okay, okay.
please mail to me. Okay, dear
Okay.
participant, now we are ending the session, and please mark your attendance and fill the feedback form as soon as possible before 10 p.m. Okay, and we will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp because we have 4 lecture tomorrow also and day after tomorrow. Okay, thank you, everyone. Now I am ending this meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ravina. Okay.
Dr. Pawan, sir.
Sir. Nayan, sir, please.
Thank you very much for your great efforts, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nayan, sir, you have to introduce one resource person in morning. I will send you the brief profile of that particular person. Okay.
Sure, sure, sir. Please.
Thank you. Okay.
Pawan sir.
Yes, madam. Archana ma'am.
Thank you very much, Pawan sir. बहुत अच्छा
आपका
for your excellent presentation also and excellent cooperation also. I'm asking one thing.
Yeah, please ask.
Evolution form can I get from, in which group can I get evolution form also after the session? Evolution form.
Okay, okay. I have shared
in Telegram group or in email. How we can get it?
I am basically because we have more than 2,500 participants, so I cannot mail everybody.
Okay,
So
then how can I get it?
I have created the Telegram link over there. I just sending the feedback form. Okay, and for the attendance, attendance form.
I have submitted.
Okay,
attendance.
I have sent the
I'm asking
feedback.
about only evolution form. I am only asking about.
I have sent, ma'am. I have sent it in a
You
Telegram
have
link.
sent. Acha, you have already sent it in Telegram group.
Yeah. I am sending again. Just check it. Okay.
So I will submit from there, na? I will get from there.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I have just sent it. You just check it out.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.